Good evening and welcome to another exciting night of Spaced Out Radio. We hit the weekend. We made it to another great weekend of adventure up here in Canada. Happy Thanksgiving weekend to all of you beautiful Canadians who are celebrating. I know, America, you have 1 month and a couple of weeks to go, but we will celebrate with you a little bit early up here north of the border. And Thomas Fessler is our guest tonight, and we're in for a good show. It's all UFOs all night, along with his own personal experiences on why he decided to go public with this. It's a great story. I've never heard it. I've asked him not to tell me until tonight. I don't want to know. I want to hear it for the first time like you guys. So that's what we are doing. Let's get to the roll call. Race fan, finally in the gold medal position. In silver, we got John wreaking havoc. Cosmic Floor, the lovely and talented one, taking home the bronze. Hi, Drew Morris. Aussie Ange, looking lovely tonight. How are you? Thanks for coming on in. There's gorgeous Steph Dickey. Ann Palmer is here. Awesome, Ann Palmer. Nicola, how are you? Nicholas Renaud, thanks for coming on in. Chris Luman is here. He's brand new, but we're going to get him signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Peppa H, Solar Warden, how are you, my friends? Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming on in. Hi, Mennonite Abe. Good to have you here. As we continue on down, Wes H, Joshua, nice to have you here. Russell Gill, welcome to Spaced Out Radio's channel and our chat room. Glad to have you here. Hi, Cosmic Deception. Good to have you back. Double Tim is here. He'll be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio. Happy birthday to the pride of Manitoba, Manitoba Becky today. She's in a new decade. That's up to her if she wants to say how old she is. We love you, Manitoba Becky. That's why you are our wheat queen. Wheat Queen, yes. Happy birthday. Great Troll, good to see you. Advocate for Peace, welcome to Spaced Out Radio's channel. Appreciate you. Spooky Morales, good to see you. As we continue on down here, scrolling, there's Luscious Jules. Nice to have you back, my friend. Uncle Dale and his Power Stash are here. Remember, if you're in Austin, Texas, and you see Uncle Dale, rub his Power Stash for good luck. You're getting 6 weeks of good luck because it's Halloween month, and he loves his Halloween. All right, moving on down here on the roll call. We have, who do we have here? Triple Ack. Thank you so much for kicking off the super chat tonight. Really appreciate you, my friend, over in the lovely United Kingdom. Hope you're doing well there. And thank you for tuning on in. Zero Cool, how are you? Alien Critter, John Swan, Zenzabil, good to have you all here. As we continue on, Millennium, always a pleasure, my friend. Hi, Richard Elmore. Kelly Lewis, how are you? Welcome to our channel. Appreciate it. Mr. Catfish, always a big fan of yours. Hope you're doing well. Jeff Steve Garvey, what's happening? Vin Man, the magic man of our YouTube channel. How are you, buddy? As we continue on. Mbole, how's it going tonight? Good to see you back, my friend. As we continue on, Sam Faz, the gorgeous Jessica McCreary has returned. Chad Smith is here. The Chad Smith. Sensational Sherry and lovely Laura have returned. Red Panda Koala, welcome to SOR Chat. Video Game Player, good to see you back. Mark Ellens, George Hernandez, Gordium, Dave Bailey, welcome first-timer to SOR. Thank you for joining us. As we continue, Jesse Peak, how you doing, buddy? The gorgeous Marie in L.A., the lovely Jenny, how are you? And the lovely and talented Magic Maiden. Hold on, I better turn on the radio feed because we are going to need that tonight. $5,900. The lovely Shiny Ray. How are you? And there's Joshua S. Thank you for that awesome super chat, Joshua. Really appreciate your support of Spaced Out Radio. Remember, the super chat is a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much to those of you who feel we deserve a little bit of swag from you. Michael Morris, good to see you. Thanks for coming on in. Open-minded Clarity, good to have you back. We continue on. Fidgety Aura, thank you for joining us. Hi, Go66. Cable Guy Matt is here. Remember, if you hit up Cable Guy Matt, he will give you a free piece of autographed coaxial cable courtesy of Cable Guy Matt. You cannot buy these in stores, people. Limited, one per household. Yes, I still have them, Matt. Of course I do. Philip Baca, Alien Girl, good to see you. We're going to run out of time here. Rusty Pack, welcome to our channel. Thanks for coming on in. Super Duke, Alan Hold, how are you? Akryong, how are you? Thanks for coming back for the second night in a row. Gorgeous Pam McSee, Thanks for joining us. We got to get going. Horns up. Let's do it. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a good one for you tonight. As one of the quickest learners of this field, and one of the guys who's making a very good name for himself, Thomas Fessler is here, a place for the discussion, analysis, interviews, and debate on the UAP phenomena. He has created Disclosure Tonight, a channel that I like to support. Very good news, very entertaining, very knowledgeable, and scientific. Thomas is a UFO experiencer. He's a ufologist, ancient terrestrial theorist, advocating for disclosure and contact. We're going to learn about how Thomas got into this field and how and why he continues to be an advocate for pushing for disclosure. Thomas, welcome to Spaced Out Radio. I know we had you on the roundtable a couple of weeks ago, but this is the first time we get an opportunity to learn about you. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. And yourself? Heading into my past my second hour of streaming. We had the show going before this today and everything. It's Friday night. Can't miss a good Friday night show. But then again, I can't miss a good Friday night to spend with a good friend like you, Dave. You're a very gracious host. You're a great person. You really reach out to a lot of people. You have a broad selection of things that you talk about. And you're someone who, someone like me can look up to for the kind of, impact that you make in this community.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think the same as you, in regards to what you're doing. I found your show about 3-4 weeks ago, and I think I'm in there every night before mine, warming on up to see what the news is of the day. And, that's how you kind of build a good disclosure type family, when you can find good places to go on YouTube and just tune on in and get lost in the information. And that's what we all try to provide here, one way or another. For you, my friend, with Disclosure Tonight on YouTube, which we recommend all of our listeners to go hit that subscribe button. Why did you start your channel?
Well, I was involved with another YouTube channel for a period of time. And the reason I got involved, and after I was there for about 4 or 5 months, there was just a lot of drama and a lot of, negative karma and stuff that was going on, and a lot of abusive and harassing behavior. And I was at a point, and I was just like, forget this. And I went and I took a break, and I had actually started a channel earlier in that year in January, and just kind of was playing around with it, getting the channel up and going, and just doing some news stories and stuff, getting a little bit of traction and everything. But I have a full-time job, and it's something that, that this is kind of more of a hobby. But, it wasn't fun. It wasn't, an enjoyable thing. A hobby of something that you go ahead and do is something you have a passion for, something that you like to do. It's something that you can do any day of the week. You're not, potentially not make any money off it to a degree, but it's something you've got heart, something that you're into, and something you're passionate for. And ufology, to a big degree, why I got involved in the other channels, because something I've been involved in, whether I like it or not, since I've been about 5 years old.
So for you at 5 years old, what happened?
Well, the best from what my memory from what I originally remembered versus what all the memories that came flooding back over a period of time, is there was if you want to call it, abduction events that started when I was in 5 and continued at least when I was 8 years old, if not a little bit older than that.
Really?
Yeah.
So here you've been an experiencer since you were a child, and we might as well get right into your story since I mean we're already going down that angle. For a lot of us, especially like for me, I was 38 years old when I had my first true experience. I was 40 years old when I started seeing a lot of UFOs. I
Mhm.
couldn't imagine what that's like being in single digits or younger than my own son who's only 8 and having these encounters.
Um, a lot of it is what is it isn't wiped out. You forget about it. It's locked away in parts of your brain. And they purposefully go ahead and do it. But part of the times when they're doing stuff to you, parts of the of the events kind of come back. And especially when you're dealing with a lot of pain and it basically snaps you out of this kind of a euphoric forget me not state that you kind of go through. And then, they have to deal with you and get you back into a state so they can continue on whatever it is that they're doing.
So for you, who do you call they?
Uh, little short gray guys. They're, a little bit bigger than me. If I was about 5, we're probably looking at someone who's probably about 8 or 9 years old in size, a foot and a half taller than me. But it didn't feel like when I was going through the stuff and everything wasn't an adult size world. Everything was kind of smaller in scale, more like for me.
Were they playful? Were
No.
they no?
They had a job to do. Well, I'll just go through the event and everything that kind of took place if you want to hear it.
Yeah, I do wanna hear it.
Um, it was a hot summer night in August. I was a little, heading towards August, hot, 90 something during the daytime, 80%, 85% humidity in the Midwest, just brutal in the day and just, hot and muggy at nighttime and everything. And, this is about several hours after going to bed. And I remember my dad going and turning off the attic fan and eventually things, falling back asleep again. But then it was an hour or 2 later, this strong wind just came out of nowhere, and it had the curtains and my mom had made just really heavy duty material, and they were just freaking flapping almost horizontal to the to the floor. And I opened my eyes and I was like, "Get to the basement." And I just it's like I opened my eyes and I knew exactly where I had to go. And I didn't go wake up my mom or my dad or my sister or anything like that in the other part of the house. I literally just threw off the covers, jumped out of bed. And when it happened, I was wide awake like it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, not like when you're a little kid, you're waking up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night or certain things. You're all kind of groggy and stuff. No, this is like I've been outside running around playing with my friends all afternoon. So I, throw the covers back, jump out of bed, run down the hallway, through the kitchen, down the basement stairs, get all the way down to the basement stairs in front of the television set. And I'm on the floor, I'm huffing and puffing. Now, here's the thing. Original memory had me there huffing and puffing. And then, kind of in a trance, I kind of went over and I sat on the couch. And then, after I was sitting on the couch, I went over and I sat by the telephone at the bottom of the staircase, one of those old rotary dial things. It was bright fire engine red. And then my dad came down and was yelling at me saying, "What the hell are you doing up? You're making too much damn noise. Get back up to bed." And I was like, I didn't realize that I was making noise. And I just marched back upstairs and went to bed. But for years afterwards, I started having flashbacks coming back to me where it was little bits and pieces of memories, but they came back in a disconnected order. There was when I initially got down to the bottom of the stairs, sitting in front of the television set. I was looking down, and then I went to look up, and the picture window in front of me, and the one was off to the side. This bright white light came in. And anytime I think about this, the hair on my body just stands up and I get this sensation and feeling of it again. It just gives you this euphoria, this I don't care, like this, you're in this kind of a bliss kind of like feeling. And it was really white and it was bright, but it didn't hurt your eyes. And you could just look at it and it was just kind of like, little kid, this is kind of pretty. And then I was drawn to the basement door. Now, there were things that I was going and doing, that I was going and walking through. It's not like I was hearing things. I was just going on autopilot, meaning something was drawing me to the door, and I went up to the door, and the door was open. I don't remember opening the door. I remember going through it, looking down, seeing the concrete stairs in the basement, coming up 3 or 4 stairs, went to the side yard, and looking down and seeing the concrete and seeing it in that light and thinking, seeing kind of not really reflections, but just kind of how I was looking and seeing the wet concrete. And then it was walking underneath the what do you call it? The clotheslines on the wet grass, and then going past maple trees that had little spider webs on it and stuff. And you had all these sparkles and things from this white light, but it's not like the white light was coming in, but it's not like there were like long shadows and everything and everywhere. The light was there, but it wasn't like casting stuff where you had like this long effect, which was really weird. I still don't understand it to a degree. I went out to the middle part of the front yard. Now, we lived in rural Chicago, and this is 1973. And we had a 450 acre field behind me that was vacant. We had a pond next door, so it was another 4 acres. Our piece of property was 1 3/4 acres at the time. So it was a huge front yard. It was probably a good ½ acre in size just for the front yard itself. So I get out into a good section of the front yard, and then I look up, and there's a big, dark, circular shape with lights on it that are slowly turning with the big central light that's underneath it. And I almost remember when I was looking at the light and I was up close, and it's like you kind of put out my hand to kind of feel it. And it's almost like there was like those little gold sparkles kind of things that were kind of moving around within it. I went from there to now in a craft. I'm not on the ground anymore. I'm inside of a structure. I'm having to believe it's up in the craft. And I'm in this vertical space where I can kind of stand, but I can't move. It's not that deep. And there's something's restraining me. I can't move around. I remember looking down, and then there was this red light that went along my left leg that was kind of illuminating the inside of this space. From there, I was taken down a hallway that went to like a double door thing that kind of opened, and it was more of a circular room. And then there was a table that was off to the left side of the area where we came in. I don't remember exactly getting up on the table, but there was a time that I'm completely lucid, screaming, "It hurts, stop, I want to go home." And I was just, kicking, screaming, everything that I could possibly do. I had 2 grays down by my feet, and I had another one that was up on my left shoulder, up near my head. And I remember him coming close, and then all of a sudden, that I'm no longer there, and I'm like looking at through a window, kind of to a degree, down at my house, and the words come into my mind. It's okay. You haven't left. You'll be home soon. You'll be home soon. And then from there, back on the ground by walking past this giant elm tree, still had that light to a degree, walking around the side of the house to get down into the house. And then that's where it's like a bunch of little memory pieces that kind of came back together that give me this entire round trip circuit that went from me going to my bed, downstairs, getting drawn out, going up in the craft, whatever the heck was going on in there. And honestly, there was something that wasn't the greatest thing that was happening. I have enough of the memory. I don't want to know what the hell they were doing, because whatever it was, I was screaming, I was in pain, and I wanted to go home, and I wanted them to stop. And this went on. I've got the memory and there's bits of the pieces of the memory of the round trip. Some of them, when I go out to that front yard, is where my mom's garden was, in the front yard. And I remember stepping up and standing on the railroad ties that are on the edge of the garden. And that wasn't there until I was 8 years old. So I've got the time when I was 5 that it initially happened. And then, but there's all these nightmares. I had repeating nightmares for years and years and years. of they're coming back to get me and I'm running to escape. And no matter what it was the same dream like Groundhog Day. I'm running through the field behind, trying to get up to my parents' house. I mean, to my grandparents' house, running through their backyard and everything, always getting up to the door, trying to get into the house. The house was locked and everything. And then I would go ahead and run around the house to the other side. And every time I'd go run around the side of the house, something would get me and pull me up, and I would remember then like almost falling back into the bed from whatever was going on. And that happened time and time and time again, way too many times. And I don't know if those were just nightmares that I was having as a result of this, or if this is something that I got and happened as a result of, a repeat memory or something that was going on when this other stuff was happening to me going through it. I mean, I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it, but it's something I have as a memory, as much as, remembering other things that are part of my day that I'll never forget.
Being a child going through this type of nightmarish type horror, I could just imagine, how this kind of set you up. How did it change you as a kid knowing this? Or did you have a pretty normal childhood, but older, when you got older, started recalling the memories?
The memories started coming in little bits here and there, and I didn't quite put them all together to understand it. I had a feeling, that something wasn't right. I remember trying to talk to my brothers or sisters or grandparents about it, and they always thought I was trying to make stuff up. Oh, Tommy, you know what? You're just, trying to tell a story again. And it's like, no, these aren't stories. This is what happened. And they didn't want to believe me to that degree. And there's nothing I could do to get past that except, deal with it on my own accord. Going through it, I had an autoimmune disorder that started when they picked it up when I was about 6 years old. Doctor, when went for in one of the checkups, pulled my hand, looked at it, looked at your fingernails and everything. He's like, you've got a bad autoimmune disorder. I'm surprised we didn't see that before. And that went on until I was 8, and I had really bad Crohn's like symptoms and stuff going on where you just lose control. And it was a real shoddy situation that I was going through. And it was horrible. Kids would make fun of you. They'd pick on you and other kinds of stuff. But again, this is just stuff that's happening to my body that I had no idea why it was going on. But now you look at it when you're getting older, you look at it, it's like, okay, well, if there was a chance of things going on to a degree, this could potentially be a side effect of it. And it's something that I'd still deal with today.
For you, as a child having these experiences and later on in life putting the pieces together, did it continue through your teenage years and into your adulthood, or was this something that just kind of disappeared as you, I don't want to use the term grew out of it because I know that's wrong, but did it continue for you?
Um, it changed when I went to Silva Mind Control with my mom when I was 8 years old. And I learned how to do out of body experience. I learned how to do lucid dreaming. I learned a whole bunch of different skills. I came into this and they were just putting you through guided meditation of shutting down your body and then going up and pulling out and everything. And I talked to my mom about this before she had passed away this year. And she was sitting there with black eye, she was seeing blackness. She wasn't experiencing everything. But when they were going through the guided meditation, what's interesting was the color scheme that I was going through and seeing as I was visualizing the stuff and going through the initial steps was bright purple, the same color of the crown chakra. And it's the same energy center that's really strong with me today in a much different way than I was as a kid. But I think having some kind of an ability or something that where it unlocked some of my higher self, my my consciousness to a degree, expanded me out. It helped me for some reason. After that stuff went on, I don't have memories of the events of going on with the ETs beyond that point.
At what point did you decide that you had to take your curiosity into more of a knowledge base of what was going on? Because I think for all of us experiencers out there, myself included, with me, it happened when I was older, going back 10 years now. But for you, did you always investigate this? Did you always kind of look into it for answers? Or did you just wake up one day and just say, I got to do something about this? I cannot take this anymore.
It's something that I've known about, and it's something that I've been exploring and trying to figure out my entire life. I think it was in the late 80s to a degree where I was basically convinced that, yeah, or you basically have a feeling. You look at the planet, you look at everything, you figure, okay, if they're going to be on the planet, where in the hell are they going to be? The bottom of the oceans. Where can they go where humans can't? Where can they go that's easy, where they can get into and out of quickly? And I was so, if you want to call it convinced back then, I wrote a video game concept that I was shopping around to different game publishers based on, uh, it was basically a storyline that the ETs were basically coming to take over they gave us an ultimatum, and they were getting ready to come and basically assert their control over the planet. And the world governments had come together and shared all their crash debris, and they had basically assembled one prototype ship. You were out on the first prototype mission when the ETs basically moved forward with their plan to enforce their control over the planet. And you've got 24 hours to take out 500 sea bases that are from the ETs in order to maintain, the human race.
That is very interesting. I'm
Yeah.
surprised that, as we got about 90 seconds to go here before we go to break at the bottom of the hour, I'm surprised that, going to Silva really helped you develop your own mind control that really ended what you were going through. I mean, that could have been a dangerous life.
Yeah, and it could still be dangerous because even just recently I have I have a triangle shape that's on my neck. That's these three, it just appeared out of nowhere, and it's like three little freaking round dots in a triangular shape. And I looked at that about a week and a half ago. I'm like, where in the hell did that come from? Because it appeared overnight. Now, I'm not going to say that's that from something to a degree, but sometimes you look at these things that pop up on you, you wonder, is it still happening or not? Because honestly, I've I've used a combination of samadhi and crown chakra meditation, and I've gone past the regular CE5 where I'm sending out the message to come here now, because we're at a point where we need to move forward beyond this ludicrousy of what we're letting the government hold back on us. It's time for them to, let's get that selfie moment. Let's get that live stream, and let's let the world know what's really out there.
Well, we're going to get more into that in hour two. The next half hour, we're going to continue learning about your own experiences and
Yeah.
how you take them and what you think is going on. But then when we turn the corner at the next hour, we're really going to get into the juice, man. We're going to get into the juice of disclosure. Is the public ready? Are we really in the know? What's the narrative? There's so much to go over with you. One of the brightest new minds in ufology, in my opinion, Thomas Fessler. Disclosure tonight. Go to Thomas Fessler, that's 2 S's, on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. We'd appreciate it. We think Thomas puts on a very strong show that you will get a lot of information from. We'll be back with the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio coming up right after this. All right, we're clear. Good times, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and I've had paranormal stuff beyond and everything else. I guess once they say a lot of people, once you get involved with dealing with with the phenomenon and abductions and stuff, it opens up your perception of stuff. Yeah.
That's what happened to me. My guru, Pascal, I will never forget his words. He said, "Come on, let's go for a drive. Let's go for a drive." He always wanted to go for a drive. And one night I said, "Okay." So we just started talking, small talk. What do you think about all this? And then eventually he said, "How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go?" And when I said all the way, yeah, it was all the way. I agree with you 100% on that. It got to the point with Pascal where he would be like, "Okay, you've done this and this, and you've seen this and this. Now, what do you want to see next?" And I'd be like, "Sasquatch." You know, like 6 months later, we run into two of them, my buddy and I, in his backyard. And then Pascal kept on working on me and trying to convince me about going after UFOs and aliens, right? And nice logo.
Well, I had to put it up. I didn't. I agree. We both clicked on it at the same time.
Thanks, Spooky.
Yeah,
appreciate you, man. But I mean, that's what happened to me. You know, and Pascal and I fought it. I remember saying to Pascal, I saw fire in the sky. I don't need that shit happening to me. Right?
Yeah.
And he goes,
"Well, I'm not afraid anymore." Yeah, but the thing is, you can't be afraid, because if you're afraid, it's in control. And when I can actually go and I get my immune system back again, which I don't have right now, the first place I want to go is somewhere in the Southwest with Ted Rowe, and there's a place where it's just unbelievable, where the involvement with the phenomena is, and it's the scariest place you could possibly go, but it's the first place on my list.
Hit me up. I'll go with you.
Oh yeah.
Let's rock and roll it.
Oh yeah. I'm ready.
You know, it's just like Samantha Mowat's always like, "Come on up, man. Come on up. Let's go camping."
Yeah.
She goes, "We'll get something." And I think the one experience that I would like to know what happened the most that I've had is, I remember I was in a dream state and I was talking to a friend of mine down in North Carolina. And it was weird because it was still winter time here. Like, it was mid-February where it's really cold, but in my dream, it was springtime and I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and I was talking on my cell phone at the bottom of my driveway where my carport is. And I kind of looked to my right and I said, "I better go inside. There's a UFO over there and I don't want them to take me." Well, the UFO starts kind of heading diagonally towards my house. And I realized that as I was trying to get underneath my carport to go into my door, that I was actually walking up. And all of a sudden I was even with my patio and then even with my roof. And I kept yelling at them, "I told you I didn't want to go today. I told you I didn't want to go today." Next thing I know, I wake up as I'm falling about 2.5 feet, maybe 3 feet, I don't know, don't want to exaggerate, into my bed.
Yeah.
And I'd never had that before.
Yeah.
And that's one experience. I talked to my buddy R. Keith Andrews about that, and he said something that actually made a lot of sense. He's like, "Dave, when they start to take you, they can't just stop the process. That'll screw you up. They have to take you on ship to bring you back down. They can't stop the process halfway." So
Interesting.
I would like to know what that's all about.
Well, the memories are there. It's just a matter of unlocking them. And it's like we have these circular structures in our brain. And when we try to access the stuff, it's like it rotates and it prevents you from getting access to it. But if you can get to other memories that are within that particular segment, you can jump from memory to memory, but you can't directly access it at times until you can unlock it. It's like a Chinese puzzle box, and you just have to keep on trying and trying to get there.
Absolutely. Well, I'm gonna be doing something about it. I might start this week and go from there. But give me 1 second. Big thank you to Spooky, to Ozzy Rob and his Ham Hawks, Snakes on a UFO, Cat Chaser, Chad Smith, Joshua, and Triple Ack.
How long until we're on again?
About 1 minute.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And for the super chats, really do appreciate your love and support. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning us in. We appreciate you. Here we go with the second half hour, everybody. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/spaced out radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with Disclosure Tonight. From his YouTube channel, Thomas Fessler is here. He is one of the new and upcoming voices of UAP research, and we're going to get into experiencers here as we continue on. Thomas, welcome back.
Thank you much, Dave. I appreciate you having me here tonight. Absolutely. It's great we can talk about the experiences because really, like Grant Cameron always talks about, we're the key, like the key around I have on my neck here to go ahead and be able to unlock and be able to connect with this non-human intelligence that's part of our planet and has been for a long time and part of humanity.
I agree. I absolutely agree. What do you think the purpose is of being taken? Tough question, I know.
I don't know exactly. I know, but as part of it, as part of their communication that you get with it, it almost leaves a quantum string that you can use to phone home to a degree. But there's an upgrade that goes in our brains that enables more stuff that people can perceive where normal humans get so much and go beyond it. But there's observations that are going on to our body, whether they're changing things in our body and everything to a degree. It's scientific, whatever it is. They say that they talk about the probing and things that go on. Well, they also talk about our intestines are basically our second brain to a degree. And there's more neurons in that part of our body than there actually is in our brain. So it could be something that they're using to actually go ahead and interface with our systems or who knows what. But I wish I knew.
I'll tell you what I admire about you, Thomas. And this is something that we don't get from a lot of experiencers, including myself. I can sit here and talk stories and ask questions all night long. But the one thing I admire about you is you have a real knack for being able to break things down at a near scientific level in order what's happening to kind of give you an overall overview of the phenomena as it's happening and when it happens. How did you develop that in order to try and make 2 + 2 = 4?
I've been seeing really technical, complex things that I would go and draw pictures for my grandparents when I was a young kid, probably after I was 5, 6 years old, and just these unbelievable thoughts and visions of the future and different kinds of technologies that I would see. And I would constantly go ahead and just do all these really technical diagrams that I would, draw these pictures and go ahead and explain to my grandparents about it. It's just an ability that I have to access a lot of information that just comes into me, but it's also being able to amass a bunch of information and retain it. Not always in the exact details that I need, but enough of it to be able to see the big picture on things. And a lot of times, we say all these different things are so difficult to be able to understand and get there. But the reality is all of the things that we're trying to understand are really simple, because if we get to the point where we finally figure it out, we're going to look behind us and it's just going to be a whole bunch of really small, simple things that's going to require us to get there. And it's just a way that I've seen things my whole life.
Do you think you got downloads in order to do that? Were these maybe put in by the extraterrestrials at a young age that you were able to see things and draw things that maybe you weren't able to?
I think it's more of an expansion of consciousness to a degree. Maybe the things weren't put in, but the connections were put in to allow me to access or for the information to flow into me. Does that make sense, kind of?
Yeah, it does. I mean, look, I know you're not a scientist, okay? I know that you're just trying to make the best of everything and study what you do. Have you found any patterns within your own experiences to what you see going on with other people who have had experiences?
Yeah. Um, there's this thing that comes out of it that a lot of us have that's kind of put me on the mission where I've been at right now, what I'm still going towards today. I don't know exactly what I'm going towards and what I'm going to have to do, but I'm prepared to do something big and I know what's going to be required of me, and whatever it's going to take to get there, whatever I'm going to have to do to make the connection with that, with humanity. I don't have a choice. It's something that I have to go. I'm going to go through, and whether I like it or not, it's something I'm going to be a part of.
Okay. That and I please don't take me the wrong way here, but that's saying a lot with saying very little at the same time. So what do you mean? Like go into detail for me in regards to what you think your role is, because I think everybody who has an experience is trying to figure out what their role is. I'm trying to figure it out. I had no intention of getting back into radio when I left radio in 2007. Yet here I am almost 7 years into this show because I feel this is what I need to do in order to bring light to this subject on a more journalistic level. But for you, what do you think that purpose is?
It's about communication. It's about bringing people understanding. It's about bringing people together. Doesn't matter if we're black, brown, white, yellow, gray, whatever it is to that degree, to understand that we are all one underneath this as part of it, and to help people and to help us and humanity understand, you know, our part in this overall piece and whatever it's going to take for us to get there. I don't know how I'm going to get there, what it's going, but I mean, it's kind of like I'm on your show now. I've got Disclosure Tonight going. I'm starting to work with more and more people who are all part of this. And if you want to call it networking, it's not really sometimes about what you know, it's about who you know. And it's something that I've been really, really good at since I've been a small kid. And it's about expanding that network out to find the right people to work with to enable us to get to that point.
So, do you think then that maybe this is a calling for you, not for your own purpose, but to be part of a larger community that if and when that day comes, that you're one of the voices people can trust to be heard on this?
I would hope so. I mean, the person who I am with you now is the same person that I am when I'm on Disclosure Tonight. It's the same person who I am with my husband Luke here in the evening sometimes, or my best friend Gary when we're hanging out on, and he's my producer on the show and everything. It's just, I'm an honest person. I don't come on here to tell lies or to take bits and pieces from other people's story and to tell bigger tales and to try and get stuff in here. I try to give people the honest to damn truth as much as I can put it there. And that's why I say a lot of things in Disclosure Tonight and everything, stay in the center where it's safe. You can look at all these different things that are out there and around it, but it's safer in the center sometimes versus putting yourself on a limb. But if there's things that have happened to me, there's things that I know, I'll go as close to the edge as far as I need to be able to get the point across to help people understand.
Your personal community that you have built around you, for a lot of experiencers, they become very introverted. They don't know who to talk to, they don't know who they can trust, they don't know who's got their back and who doesn't. How has building your own personal community affected you in your reach to try and bring these stories and these phenomena to the public at large?
It's helped me see who I am to a degree. It's helped me grow as an individual, as a person, to see how to communicate, how to connect with people, and I guess how to move it forward to a degree. I haven't stopped learning since I was a small child. I'm still learning new things every single day, with whether it's respect to technology or heck, even better ways to cook and do different things to that degree, or different things with respect to the overall phenomenon that it is. Oh my God, hold on. I got to say hi to Betty Double Kick Chick. She has been missing since she got attacked by the moron. And I am so happy to see you. Please stop by again. We miss you greatly.
Yeah, first time in a long time she's been here too, so we're
I
glad
know.
to have
Yeah.
her here as well. Always a
Yeah.
safe home here at Spaced Out Radio.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's
Always.
a safe place on my channel too, because I've been bullied, I've been abused as a kid since I was a small kid, going through my whole life, and I hate morons who go ahead and attack good people, and that's why when I just saw her pop up in here, it's just like I'm so happy to be able to see her again, because she was a great, she was a great part of my community. It feel, you connect with the people of your audience. It's like an extended family.
Absolutely. I would 100% agree with you on that. I want to ask you in regards to your personal life, with your friends, your husband, your relatives around you. Do you tell a lot of people? Do you talk a lot about this subject, or the people that you surround you with experiencers as well?
No, I haven't, within my close, well, some stuff happened with my brother, my second oldest brother. He's never come clean and told me yet. But when I was talking with him on the phone a couple days ago, he was alluding to, like, yeah, other kind of stuff went on in Medina Road that he hasn't talked about yet. And that's where I grew up back in the Midwest. And it was, um, so there are other people in my, my sister saw stuff. My brother had seen things, as whatever it was. Have I ever gotten the complete details out of me yet? No, I haven't. Would I like to? Yeah. Um, it would help us all of us understand whatever was going on. But
As,
as
as,
far as
as
my friends growing up who I talked to about this, the friends that I have now, um, no, I don't have a lot of friends. I mean, there aren't a lot of people this potentially happens to. So, I've got friends who are on the internet to a degree that I've talked to a degree, some that here and there that I've communicated with that have had issues. I know John Carty has talked about different things that he's gone through. And I try to use my experiencers and the different things that I've gone through to help them understand some of the stuff potentially, and to help to get them to try and remember it, and just be able to have it, to deal with it, and not let it tear you apart, because you can't, because it's nothing you could ever have stopped. It's nothing you can ever have prevented. There's nothing you could ever have done to have it happen any other way. Yeah, it's happened to you. And a lot of people say it's all cruel and it's horrible, and how could they do these things to people? But all I have to say is, look at humanity. Look how we treat our fellow man. Look how we treat every other almost living organism and the biosphere itself of our planet Earth. We're all earthlings, but we think we're this higher source that can go and destroy everything. But we really shouldn't be doing that.
I want to ask you in regards to th- as we're going to get into next hour, more of the UFO stuff, what
Yeah.
is happening in the news of the day with everything. But leading up to that, the one thing that I have noticed since the To the Stars Academy came out in 2017 is we've really seen the life of the experiencers and their interest in the phenomena really pushed to the side. And I can understand why, because it's anecdotal evidence. It is something that is unprovable for the most part. A lot of people want 15 minutes of fame. They'll say whatever they can to get that popularity. I get that it cannot be trusted, because there, 9.9 times out of 10, we're not going to see a photograph or a video.
Nope.
We have to take someone's word for it, and we don't know that person in order to trust them about it.
That's the
But,
hardest part. That
but
is
what
definitely the hardest part.
but my question to you is, why do you think in the last 4 years, especially, we have seen this newfound dislike? I don't want to use the word hatred I've used before, but I'm going to say dislike for experiencers. That every time someone wants to mention an experience, it doesn't matter whether you're on UFO Twitter or YouTube or just in general chats, we see the experiencer really start to get ribbed and ridden for even speaking up about what happened to them.
Well, it's part of our society. We go ahead and we look at astronomers, physicists, uh, geologists, archaeologists, all these different people who do all of this different research and try to figure stuff out. They've got papers that are thick in binders with all their sources cited and all the different stuff going on. Yet every single piece of information that they have is criticized. It's gone down to an nth detail. They want to take the whole thing and throw it out. So really, as an experiencer, I mean, people to a degree can go ahead and question it, because some of the stuff that you sometimes hear, there's a question of where does it as an experiencer and some of the things going on, and where is some of this stuff with regards to a psychological issue with a person versus things that actually went on. Because even there's just some things like in Jolly and other stuff, you just scratch your head and it's just like, it's a little bit over the top. And when you see drastic changes in the individual from one scene and setting to the next to the whole bit, ufology is such a big thing where everybody just wants to hear more and more and more and more to a degree. And you've got these actors who are out there to a degree who are, their personality is bigger than the actual stuff they're going on. And they'll go to these UFO conferences and they have their upfront fees and their must-haves and all this different stuff. And there's a lot of information that's being shoveled out there to a degree that is questionable. I've got my, Mickey Mouse. I've got my, tinfoil hat for a main reason is because there's a lot of things that have been added to ufology specifically because everybody is willing to eat it up. And if you want to say there's all of this stuff here, there's a core of it of information that's actually real. And a lot of the stuff that's around it may not be. So, it's good to question some people to a degree. However, you've got people who are ripping apart like Alex Dietrich or Commander Fravor, or any of the different people who've like seen these things flying around, experiencing them, whatever it is, and they're trying to seem, oh, it's a balloon or something else, or you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And then you've got a moron out there who just wants to take everybody and throw everybody under a bus because they want to be the shock jock and just be the negative entity and just rip everybody down like I was last night, along with the guys from Unidentified Celebrity Review. There's just some scum out there who just want to tear people apart because it's easy for them to look at something and just say negative stuff and spew it out. So you have to quell that stuff to a degree and not let it get to you. But all you can do is answer questions, try and get something across. But if there's people who don't want to understand or they don't want to get to it, there's nothing you're going to be able to do to win them over. Sometimes you just have to let them to be that crazy meth head on the corner of Seattle who's yelling insults at people when you're walking past. But you just have to consider the source, because anywhere you go, there's going to be hecklers. There's going to be people who are doubters. It's like that with anything. So experiencers aren't any different than any of the other parts of society. And it's really a reflection of how society is as a whole. But the good thing is UFOs are actually being acknowledged as real. You've got people who are like psychologists, like Dr. Don Dundari, who basically says, yes, we have UFOs flying around other skies. Some of those UFOs are actually piloted by extraterrestrials, and some of those craft are actually coming down and they're abducting people. So it takes us to be able to get to not just the doubters, but working with the other psychologists and all the people who say, oh, that's just you're just an imagination, or it's something to a degree where it's a night terror or something to that extent. And you have these people who have gone through this stuff and they're dealing with PTSD on top of all of this. And then you're going to people to help you and they're even tearing you down. So we just have to look at it from a whole holistic piece. And that's where I think, people like Grant Cameron really need to help move this forward for the experiencers themselves. And he's been trying really hard. I have to give it to him.
I always like to mention about Grant Cameron. This is a gentleman and a researcher where he takes probably more flack than anybody because everybody thinks he's fallen off the loony truck and hit his head a few times. But the one thing I will say about him is people just don't understand him. They don't understand that what he does is he knows that there are many different paths along this journey, and he follows that path no matter what, right to the end. And if it leads nowhere, he walks back and starts a new path. And that's the way we have to go, because if we're not investigating it, we're not going to know. But I also wanted to bring up Jenny's point here in the chat room where she says, I don't bother anymore when we were talking about stories and experiences. She goes, even when I attend UFO conferences and discuss my experiences, they look at me like I'm a liar because I haven't written a book. Makes me feel hopeless. And that's the point. This is a community that is willing to eat each other in order to try and say, my opinion is more important than yours because I've had this experience. You haven't had that experience because I wasn't there, and I'm not there to confirm it. And we have that from everybody, including a lot of the big names out there who are researching. It's not just people like Mick West or Keith Kluwer. It's people, on UFO Twitter on a daily basis, who are out there saying that the experiencers don't matter anymore. This is about the government. This is about what they're hiding. This is about, the secrets that are being kept. The experiencers just need to get their voice back.
Yeah. And it's even just, it's finding our voice. And once we get the voice, being able to stick with it and being able to, as experiencers, we need to come together. It's people we need to, if you want to call it, how do I say this? I kind of equating this to kind of like there's an old cartoon of the Hall of Justice, and he had some cartoon characters called the Wonder Twins, and one would say form of water, the other one would say shape of a bucket, and they put their hands together. Wonder Twins activate, and then you get this amazing flash that goes on. The water jumps in the bucket. The monkey takes the bucket and throws the fire on the water on the fire to complete something. And for some reason, that one analogy just keeps on coming around, where all the different experiencers, the more we bring together, the more we can go ahead and, how do you call it? Utilize the different parts of the upgrades we got from the phenomenon to be able to take this to the next level, because it's not about the government. That's like trying to, they've been lying to us for 75 years. They're still lying to us now. They're still putting it underneath the guise of national security. We got wonderful Susan Goff, by the way. Hi, Susan. Glad to see you over here again tonight. She's the disinformation officer in chief to a degree, to deny everything, to keep all the information away and lock it under the guise of national security. And if we think that we're going to wait for them to go ahead and give us the answers, we're going to expect Congress to go ahead and have hearings and drag it out of them, it ain't going to happen. And I honestly think we have a better chance of getting the information and understanding coming from the phenomenon itself than for our government, because they've already gone and communicated it to the government. But the government doesn't like the answer. It's not what they want to hear. And all we're dealing with is warmongers from the military machine, and they're trying to control everything and make people sound like they're crazy, like the stuff didn't actually happen to them, and threaten people so they can keep everything for the machine, for their marching of the beating of the war drum.
Well, we're going to continue in hour number 2, where we're going to get more into the side of disclosure here. What is happening? What is going on? Which way should we be looking? And this is the scary part. The people aren't looking anywhere. They're taking the narrative for what it's worth. And that, my friends, is a dangerous, dangerous path to take on something this sensitive. Thomas Fessler from Disclosure tonight on YouTube. We highly suggest you go over to his channel, hit that subscribe button. He's live almost every day. We appreciate you all tuning us in. Hour number 2 with Thomas Fessler next on Spaced Out Radio. Hey, Dirty Filth, how you doing, buddy? We're clear. It's good times, man.
Yeah. Another way to look at this just kind of popped up in front of me. The experiencers are the key to solving this. You wouldn't hire someone for a skilled job with no experience, would you?
Very important rules.
Yeah. Very wise words from a very wise man.
Davis King, nice to have you back. I like that. They're too busy looking down at their phones.
Yeah. I tell you, my most favorite days sometimes when I was working out of the office is when I forgot my phone at home in the morning. and I would actually enjoying, experiencing life, going to from work and not having to be tied to this, lump of technology that I'm staring at all the time. I get it.
I hear you there, man.
We
I hear
forget
you there.
about what's up here and what we can do up here because we're all so entranced with what's down there.
What you drinking there? What's the beverage?
What do you call it? Coke, zero sugar.
Very nice.
Ooga Booga cup from Bob Chin's Crab House in Northbrook, Illinois.
I haven't had a soda pop since June 1st of 2020.
Wow.
And dude, I was drinking anywhere from 2 to 6 Pepsis a day.
Yeah.
And
I
I
think,
believe
my producer Gary goes almost through a 2-liter of Pepsi every day, doesn't he?
What's that?
My producer Gary almost drinks 2 liters of Pepsi every day.
Oh, Pepsi's so much better than Coke.
Yeah.
So much better. At least that's what I think.
Yeah.
My opinion. That sugary taste. Now, quit that and trying to, I don't know. I also, it's almost one of those things where I'm thinking, yeah, maybe the cool thing to do at 48 years old now is to try and get a little bit healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't know if it's working or not, but we'll give it a try. What the hell? I mean, what's it really
can help you naturally, can help anybody naturally lower their blood pressure.
Yeah.
It actually goes ahead and relaxes the constriction of the veins, which naturally lowers your blood pressure.
Yeah. Well, I'm down 3 pounds this week.
Wow.
Yeah, this week. And I'm pretty happy with that, but.
Well, you've got kids and everything there to go and take care of, and you got a whole family there. So yeah, it's good. It's a good thing.
Yeah. No, if you saw how many glasses of water I have on my desk right now, you'd laugh at me. 1 bottle and 2 glasses right now.
Oh, I wouldn't laugh at you, Dave. I'd laugh with you, but not at you. If you said something funny, I'd laugh at you.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for radio, dude. I laugh all the time when I look in the mirror. So I'm working on it. Oh, man.
Have you seen the new series of American Horror Story yet?
No, I don't have time to watch TV.
But they've got a really cool part where it's going back to Roswell and dealing with what do you call it? Eisenhower and his dealings with the extraterrestrials back at the time and the deals they made. It's a pretty good one. The last couple episodes were freaking great.
That the one thing that I have learned through all of this and the narrative that I have seen, and maybe we'll get into this on the show. Let's wait a couple of minutes here, and I'll get into that on the show, because I think it amazes me how many people do not believe that there is a narrative out there, that they're just willing to take it. I mean, Lori, I had this conversation with Lori and Fenton about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we still talk about it every now and again, which is, for years, like even when I got into this field, like 6 years ago, I was always told, the government's not going to help you. Don't trust anybody from the government. And then all of a sudden TTSA comes out and everybody's trusting what the government is saying. Like
the only thing TTSA accomplished was zapping millions of dollars out of Tom DeLonge's personal accounts. The only reason that place is still going and everything is because he's been taking and pushing piles of money into it to keep it around.
Yep. I hear you. Which he doesn't have that much anymore after his divorce.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We got about 1 minute here, brother. Is that a hookah pipe?
No, it's a vape pipe.
Oh man, I always want to. When I'm in Vegas, I always see these hookah pipe lounges. I've never stopped in one.
We actually have them around here too, I think. But yeah,
do they? I want to try
that.
I
actually have a hookah somewhere upstairs in my closet that I've never used. It was brought.
Oh, dude, you got to rock that on your show, man. You got to rock that on your show. You can't sit there with a hookah pipe, sitting in your closet. That's terrible.
No, it's been sitting there forever. I need to get out of the box and actually use it. But, oh, God, you'd have to put so much freaking weed in there to go ahead and smoke it. It'd almost be a waste.
I know, but... All right, hold on one second here. Thank you to Spooky, Ozzy Rob, Snakes on a UFO, Cat Chaser, Chad Smith, Joshua, and Ack, Triple Ack, that is, for the amazing super chats. The super chat is a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Thank you for all the veterans who are tuning on in and all our regulars and new people. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this planet we call Earth. Want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Just go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Magianism. There we go. Or is it Magianism? One of the two. The Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with Thomas Fessler from Disclosure Tonight, a great new YouTube channel dealing with the be-all and end-all of what's happening in the world of UFOs. Thomas, welcome back.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Dave. Can't say how much I appreciate you having me on here tonight.
All right, dude, let's get into it. One of the things that a lot of people have always said previous to, the last few years is never trust the government when it comes to UFOs. Yet there are so many in the UFO field now, especially on Twitter and elsewhere, where they are all about, what is the government going to tell us? When are they going to disclose? It doesn't matter whether you're UFO Jesus or you are on just a regular tweeter on using the hashtag UFO Twitter, which is an entirely insane world on its own. But nobody really wants to delve into the idea that there is a narrative being played out here. What's your thoughts on this narrative of UFOs?
Well, how do I keep this politically correct? There's a story they've been lying to us about for a long period of time. They've denied it going back to they first admitted to Roswell. Then they realized, oh shit, we can't actually let this. Oh, sorry. We actually can't let this stuff out. We got to correct that, Dave. We can't let this stuff out to a degree that we have to go ahead and put out a narrative that we have to say it was a weather balloon. There was something that actually went on, that it was something that we didn't think of what it was. When there were events that were happening in Australia, the United States government was over there going to teachers' houses, telling them and threatening them to go ahead. And if you go ahead and talk about this, we're going to have to say you were drinking on the job. And if you're drinking on the job as a teacher, you'll never be able to get a job as a teacher again for the rest of your life. And this kind of, if you want to call it manipulation of the general public, from mass sightings to small sightings, has been going on for a very long period of time. So the reality of it is the narrative has been there. And why have they been going to control it? Because it basically comes out there and lets them know that they don't have complete control of everything. That, well, even though the United States really doesn't have, we have borders and we don't have borders, we want to think that we're a sovereign country and we're in control of everything. If we can control the people who are coming up from Southern America, South America, Central America in the United States, why are we worrying about some actual ETs that are flying over our different, over our country and installations? Or for that matter, is if there's a dialogue that they're getting communicated from the ET, but the schmucks back in Washington don't agree with it, they're going to do whatever they possibly can to get people to be hoodwinked and think about something else and, push it over here versus when the reality is actually over here. I mean, there's been a great brainwashing going on from the mass media, call it Operation Mockingbird, which we've seen in play for many years and many different parts of the government and many parts of our media. But, people are like sheep, and a lot of them just go ahead and follow along, and they hear something on television and they want to believe it, so they go along with it. The problem is, it's like trying to get people to understand the reality of the situation, but they're still getting this overall stuff going over the noise that's been going on, that's taken their perception of where it should be, and it's pushed it off into the ether. Does that make sense, kind of?
I think it does, but I want to ask you this. I want to take this a step further, if you don't mind,
No.
because the way my mind plays is I like to read between the lines. Because the one thing I learned in journalism after nearly 10 years is that there's always the real story in between the lines. And the one thing that I think is happening, and I could be completely wrong, Thomas, but I'm just going to give you my thoughts.
Yeah.
Is I think that this narrative really pushes the idea that they are trying to cover up some major experiences and information that they have. They don't want what they have at Roswell to get out. Crash retrievals may come out, but what actually is there, whether there was live bodies or not, they don't want that coming out. They don't want it coming out if perchance Eisenhower did meet with extraterrestrials to cut a deal. It opens us up to all of these conspiracies that we have thought as either people pulling the wool over our eyes, like Bob Lazar, or the Eisenhower story. It opens this all up to now a plausibility that there may be a hint of truth regarding all of these subjects, from Foo Fighters in World War I to everything in between, that they don't want us to know. And if you control the media, you control the narrative. And when you control the narrative, the public is not usually going to ask questions. The smartest thing the TTSA ever did was they said to the media, who never wanted to cover this story before, look, we're going to give you the guy who ran the program. We're going to give you the ex-DIA guy who worked with presidents, both Republican and Democrat. We're going to give you the fighter pilot. We're going to give you the state senator. And we're going to give you what you need. Don't worry about anything else. We got it covered for you. We'll handle the story. All you got to do is ask the basic questions. And I just think it opens up, it closes the media off to asking the real questions like Roswell or the Phoenix Lights, but it opens up the door to say, look, some of these may have some plausibility here.
What about the sighting over Chicago O'Hare that all the people have
Absolutely.
seen? There's a bunch of sightings that are over the Midwest, over Illinois, where you had giant ships that were almost miles across, besides the one we've had down that they saw for the Phoenix Lights. And this has been going on for a long period of time, but it's just, for a while I had to look at it. It's like, take a cruise, see the planet Earth before the humans destroy themselves. It's like, why are these huge ships flying over these places? It's like, they're sending a message, but there's so many sheep out there who have been programmed, who don't want to, take it for the truth that it is.
So do you think that that's what the narrative is trying to control what conspiracies are proven true or not? And how deep does that go?
Well, what kind of deals have been made? What kind of assurances have been given? What kind of things have they traded for the technology that they've gained over the period of time? How many people have suffered because of the different things with respect to their activities? So, if there's a lot of nefarious things that our government has been involved in, they're going to do everything they possibly can to cover up their trail of the stuff that they've done, because they don't want to have to pay the price for admitting it.
Out of all the conspiracies that are out there, whether it's the Phoenix Light, Chicago O'Hare,
I don't even think those are conspiracies. I think those are actually legitimate sightings.
that's your opinion. And I'm saying this, I agree with your opinion.
Yeah.
But how many of these do you think the US government is afraid to get out to the public that it is happening right under their own citizens' noses?
All of it. As much of it, because it basically shows that they're not in control, that we are not the world's leading power of stuff, that there's another intelligence that far exceeds us, maybe by a million years of advance of technology. And we're basically, if you want to call it, low-hanging fruit for any of this stuff, and they're way up here. And they don't want, imagine if the president got on television to say, yeah, we've made, they're extraterrestrials. They've been coming to our planet. They've been here forever. They've been going and taking our citizens for the last 100, 200 years. They come and do what they want. They take what they want. There's nothing we can do to stop them. Their technology is far superior to ours, and they can stop us with a blink of an eye. They have bases on the bottoms of our oceans, and there's so many they could overwhelm the human race in a matter of seconds. So if they got up there and they said that, you'd have people shooting at everything in the sky, going crazy, because at least that's what they think to a degree. But now, it's close to 50% of the people in the last big surveys that went out, we're close to that 50% mark that are believing that, yeah, there are extraterrestrial craft, and yes, they are piloted by extraterrestrials. We're getting beyond that, just the fringe, and it's coming into the mainstream. And I think they're afraid of it to a degree. I mean, we've got Elizondo, who's been going around giving a lot of good information, but there's a lot of innuendos. There's a lot of breadcrumbs that are dropped. There's a lot of things that are said that if anyone was under any non-disclosure that I had been under from Disney, I would have been hit with a cease and desist, and his butt would have been in jail for what went on for some of the stuff that was disclosed. But the reality is, he's fighting against the Department of Defense to get this stuff declassified. But he's a government contractor who's fighting against the Department of Defense to get this declassified. So technically, we have one party of the government who's fighting against another party of the government in an open forum, taking it to the public.
But you could say the same thing about Bob Lazar.
But Bob was only someone who said he worked there. Here we've got someone who actually headed up ATIP.
Very true.
It's a big difference. And he was an intelligence officer. And there's a chance he's still an intelligence officer.
Oh, he is. He is. Luis Elizondo may have changed roles, but he is still well involved.
Yes.
And for anybody who does not believe that, you need to go and listen to him talk, because he even admits he's still working for the U.S. government.
He admits he's a government contractor. He did that after, it was like 6 months ago at least, on the Unidentified Celebrity Review. He has, and at the time when he said it, I'm a government contractor, and that's all I'm prepared to say at this time. Okay, it's been six months. It's been 6 months since he said it. He's coming on disclosure tonight on October 18th. I'm going to try and get an answer out of him, because, okay, you've had 6 months. Give us some additional information on it, because I think it's something that can help people understand who you are in the battle you're actually fighting.
I want to get to a story here that you covered absolutely fantastically. And this is in regards to Albert Einstein's former assistant, that Mr. Braglia. I apologize.
Anthony Braglia, yeah. Tony. He's actually coming on my channel tomorrow to talk about it.
Okay, great. And let him know that we have sent information to him to ask him to come on. I mean, if this story is true, that Einstein's assistant was actually telepathically communicating with a surviving alien gray from the Roswell crash, this is game-changing.
Yeah, but it aligns to the aerial school too, Dave.
Okay, first off, before we get too deep into this, explain to our listeners, summarize to our listeners what happened here.
In aerial school, there were kids out on the playground. Flying saucers came and landed. The kids all ran towards it. Little Grays came out there and they were looking at the kids eyes to eyes. And when they were looking at them, they had telepathic messages that were being transmitted in these kids' minds without any words being spoken.
Okay, but
After that happened, there were psychologists and other people from the BBC who came and investigated it, interviewed the people and everything, all the kids at the time. And it's a very, very credible sighting that happened in Zimbabwe back in was it the 70s or in the 80s, I think.
Okay, but let's get back to the assistant for
I'm sorry.
For Einstein here.
Yeah.
Give us a summary of what happened here.
She was the teacher's pet. She was 17 years old at the time. She was very bright. She was, working on her master's at that time, which for a woman in science who was involved in 1947, 1948 with Einstein, very, very super intelligent woman. She was good looking at the time. She was the quote unquote teacher's pet. Einstein was a ladies' man to a degree. And when they got the call to go ahead, and he was working with her as a research assistant that summer when the stuff took place. And when they got the call to go to New Mexico, they got on a plane and flew out there and got off the plane. They were taken by car for like 40 or 50 minutes to a military base where they came into a hangar, and there was a giant crashed vehicle that was in there in pieces that they could still go into it to a degree, but there were some surviving Greys who they were able to go ahead and communicate with at that time. And she recanted all of the different things that had kind of taken place in that scenario of them going into the craft. She wasn't allowed into it, but Einstein, the way he explained it was there were councils and stuff that would come up out of the floor. Everything was on a smaller scale, not just on human size. These creatures were about 4.5 to 5 feet tall, as the way she described them, wearing, one-piece outfits to a degree, almost like, onesies that you would have as a kid to a degree, where the boots and everything were all integrated into the outfit. And a bunch of I believe there were 9 ETs that were on the craft. At the end, I think there were initially 2 or 3 survivors who eventually had died off, but then they had went in, started talking and communicating back and forth. The Greys were asking questions of the humans, and the humans were asking questions of them, going back and forth. And Einstein was supposedly, and she was there. She called herself a gopher. She was there kind of going things, assisting Einstein in the different stuff that was going on. She didn't have a major role in it because she was like the teacher's pet for this summer who was hanging out with Einstein and, learning things from him.
Okay, how did this story all of a sudden come out here in 2021?
There was a reporter who actually went back and interviewed her back in 1993. Anthony Bragalia has been going and researching and write numerous papers about the Roswell incidents and about the materials that were trying to follow a chain of custody to Battelle and just trying to analyze this from everywhere else. Well, he had heard about in a particular book about the person who had actually done an interview with her, and he went and he actually tracked her down, got his hands on one of the tapes that was transferred across to a digital format, and he was able to share 18 minutes of the first tape. Now, apparently there's another tape that's there, but they haven't found it yet. And if he can help her find it, that's going to be brought out as well. So this is just someone who's a phenomenal reporter, someone who's gone and done a lot of research on it. He's a ufologist, a research person, but something about Tony, he's also, if you want to call it, an editorial researcher and writer, meaning he's going to do the research, he's going to look for the stuff, and he's going to come to a conclusion, and he's going to push the conclusion forward. He's not just going to go out here and say, here's all the facts, you guys figure it out. He takes those facts and he brings it out to a conclusion. And, John Greenwald and stuff doesn't like him exactly to a degree, but not everyone likes John Greenwald. But, Tony is a really, heartfelt person who's been trying to, he's been involved with this for a long time, and he's trying to bring out as much of the truth as he can. I mean, that's how it all kind of came around to taking something that happened a long time ago. Now, she had actually died, and I believe it was 1985. Was it? No, it was in 85.
I thought it was just a few years ago.
Yeah, she had died recently, and she died at the age of 88 or 85 or 88 years old.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so if this is true, how do we find more information about it? Because a guy like Eisenhower probably kept hundreds of diaries over
Yeah.
his years. Because if this tape and the second tape is found, as we got about 3 minutes to go here before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour, like I said earlier, this could be groundbreaking. But we have to be able to find proof on whether or not she's telling the truth on this, because the majority, if not all of the players of the Roswell era are dead.
Yep.
And it would be the only thing that could really prove that this happened is if Einstein wrote it down in some sort of diorama or diary or something along those lines to give this story credence.
Yeah.
Is that what we need to look for?
The U.S. Air Force, which is the only it's the arm of the United States government, of military, that refused to go ahead and cooperate anything with the UAPTF originally over the last year and a half since they were put in place and try to get the UAP report. They resisted giving any particular kind of information out, and the Air Force has been the one who's been trying to put the genie back in the bottle with respect to disclosure because they don't want it to come out. What does the Air Force know? Because it was the Air Force's involvement in different stuff at that time, all the different pieces. That's where we could get the information. It's from the government. Now, I guess it could be Einstein's particular books or his notes or something from that period from when that happened, but it's a matter of being able to track down the records from that time frame and see if there's stuff that could actually be, discerned from it.
Well, that's the big thing that we need to do, because there's going to be a lot of critical play on these tapes. But good on Anthony Bragalia for bringing it on out and getting it to the public, because if these are real, wow, man, we're sitting on a little bit of a piece of gold here. We really are.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's any exaggeration.
And you listen to her on the tape. She's trying to remember. She's like, wow, I haven't had a hard time remembering some of the stuff before, because she was getting old at that point in time. But she comes across as a very credible, very honest person. She's trying to recall stuff and give the answers that she could at the time. And she was honest. I mean, she came across to me as someone who was trying to talk about stuff that was truthful to her. And it didn't sound like we had someone who was going and trying to weave a tale of lies.
Yeah, and I heard the tapes too, and I just sat there kind of jaw dropped in listening to this, and I just think that, man, maybe I'm being hopeful here. Maybe I'm being hopeful, but I just think that this could be a real big play. And by God, you're not going to get anything out of the Air Force, Thomas, but if somebody can somehow dig up one of Einstein's diaries around that time, if it exists, to see what was going on, that would be incredible.
Someone who could shake this whole thing up, who has all the information available to him, and he's getting ready to pass away soon, and I hope he does it before he dies, or he records it as a series of videos and stuff and then gets released after his death, is Senator Harry Reid.
I agree. We'll talk more about that when we come back on Spaced Out Radio. From Disclosure Tonight, YouTube, Thomas Fessler is here. We're going to continue the UFO talk. Where are we going? The new video of a duck UFO. Do you buy it? We're going to get into it all tonight. Thomas Fessler, Disclosure Tonight. Make sure you hit subscribe on his YouTube channel. We'll be back on Spaced Out Radio right after this. That was a solid half hour, man.
Thanks.
Solid half hour.
Great conversation, Dave. Now, about the duck thing, I think I'm the only guy who actually brought up the video in full resolution and freeze framed it and actually zoomed it in and showed the initial frames of it where it actually looked like a blow-up rubber duck with the bill and the eyes and everything.
It's funny.
I know. But as it moved along and stuff, it looked like there was one object with another one behind it where they were kind of moving around to a degree in relation to each other.
Well, we'll get into it. We will get into it. That's for sure.
How much time we got?
We got about 4.5 minutes.
Cool. Cupcake just woke up. She's my 17-year-old puppy.
Yes, I remember her.
Yeah. She's usually whining. She's got some leftover bulgogi beef I've been having sitting on the plate for her to wake up.
Oh, that's nice of you. 17 years old.
Yeah.
That's rare for a dog. Man.
Oh, it's rare for a Cocker Spaniel. It's amazing what you do when you can learn how to use energy from Ed Edwards, and it actually works.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I kept that Cocker Spaniel alive for a lot more years than he should have been around. But you love someone, you have talents, you find out how to go ahead and use what you have to keep them around.
I used to have a little Chihuahua dachshund, and every time she saw my buddy Pascal come over, she would bark at him. And then when he sat down, she would immediately run to his legs, turn around, so that way he could give her Reiki and healing and energy. Mm-hmm. And the next thing you know, she would go pass out for a little while because it was like it just filled her up so much that it tired her, much like, you know, when you eat too much, you get that turkey coma kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And but it was always funny to watch because the minute Pascal came in the door, she was like, "Oh, I get some healing here." Like she knew. She totally knew.
Yeah. Animals know. And that was actually a story I had covered recently too, that they've tracked down. Yeah, there is actually an emotional tie, at least between dogs and humans.
I believe that.
Oh yeah.
I believe that. Once my big two lugs are gone, though, and they're past 10 now, both of them. But once they're gone, I don't know if I can do another dog. I really don't. I maybe in the future, but not for a while. Mm-hmm. I don't even want to get into it. Think about it. Curious George, welcome to our channel. Thank you for joining us. If you haven't already checked out our Spaced Out Radio swag, you can at our website, spacedoutradio.com. We got some good stuff there. It's a great way to support what we do on this show. Super Chat is open. I want to say a big thank you to Triple Ack, Joshua, Chad, Cat Chaser Snakes, Ozzy Rob, Spooky, Flat Earther, Dirt Road ×2, and Carla. It's awesome. Thank you so much for the love. Really appreciate it. And Teresa, you need some new Spaced Out Radio shirts. You do. Yeah. When you go to the store and you buy some stuff, do me a favor, take a picture of it so we can put it on our website because it looks really cool where we can see how you are supporting the show. Whether you're buying swag, whether you're sitting around watching as you are right now, we want those photos. Totally want those photos. Red Panda Koala, how are you? What's happening? Mennonite Abe, nice to see you. This is a fun show tonight, guys. Thank you all for being here.
Oh, absolutely.
Very fun show.
For being in the audience and keeping everybody under control. But luckily, we've had no trolls tonight.
Yeah. Knucker, what's happening? Thanks for joining us. We got about 45 seconds, bro.
Cool.
Ibarata from Singapore. How are you, my friend? Hello, Terrence. Terry's sitting on Yonge Street in Toronto thinking this is the year the Maple Leafs win the Stanley Cup. Enjoy your seats, Terry. You'll be picking them up by April. All right. We're going to get going here in about 5 seconds, so sit tight.
When I said
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you have missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow me on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight. Thomas Fessler is here. He's got a great YouTube channel called Thomas Fessler. That's 2 S's for his show Disclosure Tonight. And he talks about all the latest UFO news, the science behind it, and what the news is telling us regarding the hot topic of UFOs. Or should we say UAP? Thomas, I'm going to be honest. I hate the term UAP. I really do. I think it's just not necessary. I understand the reasoning, but what do you think of the UAP term?
Well, actually, I'm good friends with Ted Rowe, who's a part of the National Aviation Reporting Center for Anomalous Phenomena. His co-founder in that was actually Dr. Richard Haynes, who actually, when he lived, he was only about 35 miles away from me up on the Whidbey Island, I believe. Now, the term UAP was actually defined back in 1980, so it's nothing new. And all it does is try to, give us something that's a little bit less of the woo to a degree and more of a scientific term. I like UFOs, to a degree. I like the sound of it to a degree, but there's a lot of dogma. There's a lot of, negative connotation to a degree just from people in general that they don't want to believe in UFOs. So we do have the new term of UAP, and it's out there and it's being used a lot more in a more of a scientific manner and everything. So I get it. It's a transition from the old guard to the new, but it's nothing that just came about in the last couple of years. They started pushing it more, but there's some history behind it because, of what Dr. Richard Haynes had done back in the time and what they tried to, bring for legitimacy to regarding the UFO or UAP phenomena is something that's actually real.
No, and I understand the term of that. They don't want to go down the woo path. I mean, as much as we love to do it, as much as I love the woo, I can understand where they're doing it. It just doesn't roll off the tongue well, It really doesn't roll off the tongue well. That's my point. Don't like
it. I guess it doesn't, but it's just a matter of UFO, UAP, USO, UAV was what Spaghetti's saying like right now. There's so many different kind of things out there. And Spaghetti, I don't think it's for the sheeple. I think it's more of a term for the scientific crowd that's out there that's looking at this of unidentified. What is it? UAP, unidentified anomalous
aerial phenomena.
Yeah. So it's instead of unidentified flying object, we have unidentified anomalous phenomena, which basically opens it up to more things that are just flying. We have things that are going in the water. We don't need USO anymore because we have UAP. We have one term that kind of describes the whole category of all the different things. And rather than just saying it's flying, we have things that are going in space. Are we flying when we're going in space? Kind of, yeah. But when you leave the Earth's atmosphere, flying really usually involves propulsion and gravity. And this is, they're not flying because this is stuff that's moving around with a propulsion system that's more like a gravitational warp field, Star Trek days, than it is, a jet that has the force being pushed behind it and actually going and turning and maneuvering.
I want to ask you, as an experiencer, do you care about the technology? Do you care about the propulsion systems? Do you care about all the technological stuff around UAP or
yes?
not?
It shows how advanced they are. I mean, we're dealing with craft from the stuff we observed. The way I see it is they're manipulating power on the level of a singularity, which is a black hole at the center of a galaxy. We're barely able to deal with nuclear reactions, let alone fusion. But now we've got craft that are creating gravitational lensing around the craft, which only happens from, you know, generally speaking, black holes. But they're actually craft that are going around inside of our atmosphere. Now we have SETI, which is saying, oh, we got to look way out there. You know, you got to look deep into the space, deep in the stars to go ahead and find the stuff. When the reality is they've been in our backyards all the time. Again, it's another guise to get us to look one place instead of the place that's the most obvious.
See, I'm going to disagree with you on it. I think the technological stuff has a very good place, and probably for the future of humanity and this planet, we need to learn what it's about. I mean, I'm not naive about that, but for me, from my own experiencers and experiencers I talk to, they couldn't give a rat's ass about the technology. They want to know what's happening to them. They want to know why they were taken, why their children are being taken or their grandchildren are being taken. They want to know why were these experiments done on them without their permission.
Why do we go ahead and apprehend wild animals, do experiments on them, tranquilize them, haul them upside down by helicopters, traumatize the hell out of them, and release them back into a different, you know what I mean? So we have to say, oh, that's not right. They shouldn't be doing this to us. But we have to look in the mirror sometimes, Dave.
Well, I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I get that. Okay, I mean, we're a science experiment to many of them. We are, and I've been on the table. You've been on the table. Most experiencers can recall having that interaction.
Yeah,
That
but
was the
stuff
game.
I've had done worse for doctors for checking out my bladder and my digestive stuff. I swear it's been worse. And the hospitals.
Oh,
And we
probably
call
true.
that humane.
Probably true. But I know for me, I don't care about the technology. It doesn't interest me whatsoever because I know probably by the time my time is up on this planet, that's when the technology will finally start to hit home. I don't see it happening within the next 30 to 50 years. And God bless me if I'm able to go another 50 years at 48 years old, but the chances of that happening are slim. Maybe in my son or my daughter's time, it will, but I don't see that happening now.
Yeah.
Moving on.
But maybe, if you want to call it, maybe, UAP, someone's using the example in there. Maybe it's like, UFO is like the old five, whatever leaf plant, Mary Jane to a degree, and the little buds and everything you get out of it. Maybe something like UAP is like the new consumer version of vaping. It's just a newer version of the same stuff, a little bit higher tech to help explain the stuff that we're dealing with. We've got past some of the stuff we didn't understand, and now we got it understanding. But I'm a technologist. I'm a really creative person from artwork and design and music and all the kind of stuff. But I'm also a programmer. I'm a technologist to a degree. I love computer hardware and technology and trying to see something and understanding it. And what I really dig is when you've got a site like UAPtheory.com. Check it out, folks. It's unbelievable what they've gone and broken down. They took the Aquadia UFO incident that went on back in 2013. It's about the best minute and a half of true UAP circling around an airport and going around. They're able to actually, go frame by frame and analyze and understand what are all the properties of the craft, of the field around it, and how it's affecting, and be able to see the environment through it, seeing when it's going through duplication and visibility and all these different parts. It helps us really understand a lot of the things that we're seeing with our eyes that we're thinking, oh, wow, these things can travel, interdimensionally. But the reality of it is you have light hitting the craft from the one side, it's traveling around it, and it's coming out the other side. So the people who are over here, it looks like it's gone invisible, but the only reason it looks like it's invisible is because the light is traveling around the object, coming out the other side, and we think it's invisible.
Shift our gears to a latest video that has come out. Now, the Pentagon hasn't come out and confirmed this one yet, but Luis Elizondo says that it is real. And this video came out recently where it looks like a rubber duck is flying in the sky. I mean, really, a rubber duck?
Yeah, you take the initial frames of the video when it first came on. I had the video, I had it paused. I went and I brought up the rubber duck and I threw on a little filter that I could go ahead and blow it up, and it literally looked like a rubber duck with its head coming up with its bill and two eyes. So they called it a rubber duck because if any of the streamers would have gotten, or people have looked at it, it actually looked like a rubber duck. Actually, like almost like a blow up white duck with a big bill and the eyes and the whole thing. Now, as it moved along, it changed shape. You saw different angles of it. You saw stuff where it looked like there was one object in the back, another one that in the front that was actually larger in size, and they were moving in relation to each other. It was always changing angles. Now, someone had said that Lou had said it was a balloon, but the thing is, we've got something that's, or someone else said it was a drone. Now, it was traveling between 100 and 150 miles an hour for well over an hour. Show me one drone or any technology we have that a drug runner could potentially have that's going to have a drone that can travel that fast for that long and not run out of juice. There is no such thing.
Where did this video come from?
Supposedly it came from the Department of Homeland Security. And it was recorded by a plane that was flying over. You saw the plane in the initial part of the flight that it was going along, and it was from a FLIR camera that they were out there looking for drug runners coming across the United States border.
And it caught a rubber duck.
And they thought it was, in the initial stuff, they called it a rubber duck because it kind of looked like a rubber duck. There's some things when you see stuff, whether it's on the screen below you or whatever it is that you're trying to see, that kind of has a look of something that kind of, it kind of looked like a rubber duck to people to a degree. Find the video.
It's the same like when you look at clouds and you see shapes.
Yeah.
Not every.
It was actually more than that. It actually really looked like, I guess it is, where you're looking at something and you're trying to see something to a degree and you're trying to relate it to whatever it was. And for that little bit that was there, it actually did look a little bit like a rubber duck.
I'm surprised Homeland Security would release this. I mean, up until now, we've seen every video that has come out has come into private hands, whether it's Luis Elizondo, whether it's the TTSA, whether it's Jeremy Corbell, who has released videos. We haven't seen videos directly come from any agency in the U.S. So how new is this that Homeland Security released this video?
Well, I from what I understand of what they were saying about it, it was a leak. So it's not like it was an actual video that was taken and it was put out there from someone and actually gone and released on purpose. It's something that someone took and they actually went and leaked the video to a degree. So it's nothing that's a real video per se that, was released by DHS. It's something that it was actually taken by DHS and then just, someone got their hands on it.
Well, that's kind of the interesting part, because all of these leaks that have come out, somebody within the know knows it's happening. For instance, we later found out that it was Elizondo who signed off on the 3 videos claiming them to be drones. That's the way they were able to get them out. So somebody has to know about this. That's
Right.
What's interesting.
Well, there's someone in the chain of custody let this thing out. It's just the reality of it. Someone found it, got it out. And, you've got the speed of the plane, the elevation on how fast they're going, how much they're tracking it. And this thing is booking across the environment. Now, one thing that's interesting that Gary pointed out last night, my producer, is if you're watching the video, The duck appears to be moving smoothly all the time, but the background itself, when it's scrolling and moving across the environment, jitters every so often, which leads to a high propensity that that little duck that we're seeing going on was maybe added on, but all the UI and everything of them trying to go ahead and chase it and things are going on, unless that's just them looking for stuff. But it doesn't look like they're in a particular method of investigation like they were at first before it showed up. They're actively trying to track something.
Elizondo once again says this video is real. And we hadn't had a video in a while since Jeremy Corbell released his latest video that the government never, ever came out and said was real. To me, it looked like helicopters that were flying around. But are we going to see in the future, you think, more videos, cleaner videos coming out? I know Elizondo stated that there's one video that's 21 minutes long, that if the public ever seen it, they would never question the idea of UAP ever again. Do you ever think we're going to get a smoking gun video like that?
If we do, it's going to be something that's going to get released that people didn't want to get out, because that 21-minute video, it sounds like, from the last stuff that's been around, going around in the rumor mills to a degree, it involves a plane, it involves a UAP that was basically, yes, Cupcake. It involves a UAP that was basically flying right off the side of an FA-18. I need to get a cookie for the dog here.
Yeah, no problem. As we get, sometimes the dogs just need to be taken care of. Thomas's dog is 17 years old, and by golly, when the dog wants a treat, damn it, get it a treat.
Yeah, she's female too, so she can be a bee to a degree.
Well,
she was just outside. Couldn't close the door.
That is awesome.
Teamwork here to manage the puppies.
We always have time for dogs on this show. Dogs and cats, we always got time.
Yeah.
It just
one
makes
thing that recently
better.
said, people have always asked the question, what's smarter, dogs or cats? They've actually came out and said that dogs are really smart at what dogs do, and cats are really smart at what cats do. So they're both very intelligent beings, just in different creatures, but just in different ways.
Very true. Very true. So, as we continue on the disclosure process, what is disclosure, in your opinion? We got about 6 minutes left. What is disclosure?
Disclosure is releasing the information that's been locked away. It's been going, it's basically giving us the information that brings out the facts, that shows that their dialogue, that their information that they've been trying to push us towards isn't the truth. Disclosure is coming out, and if you want to call it, show me the bodies, show me the craft, give us the information with respect to it. Granted, we're really at a very small point of, we had 144 cases, of which only one we knew it was a balloon. Everything else is unidentified. They know a heck of a lot more than that. It's about them going and giving us the information that confirms what a lot of people have thought for a long period of time. Letting us know there's craft that are flying around. It's not just craft. They're actually piloted by, whether they're ancient terrestrials or extraterrestrials or whatever the heck they are, coming forward with the information that they have, that they've been hiding for us. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people said, oh yeah, they're going to go ahead and disclose all this technology and all these advancements and all these things. Right now, all they did is they cracked open a little bit of the door that enables science and people in professional industries like the AIAA or different organizations to actually start being able to talk about this, for physicists to be able to actually start looking at this stuff and understanding it and being able to dedicate research time and everything and to get funding for it, because a lot of this has been locked away in the area of the woo of the, this stuff isn't real. And we have to get past that.
I want to ask you this. So we got about 4 minutes to go here. Why now? Why is this subject, after 70 plus years of cover up, of destroying people's lives, of wrecking people's careers, is it important that this subject comes out? Why now?
I think it has something to do with there's been a overall increase of the number of sightings, right? We've got a time, a TikTok, a countdown of what's there, of everything for us to be able to get to this point. I think the terrestrial, the whatever they are moving forward with their agenda. We've had our time to do our disclosure and everything to our people, and they've sat on it like our government usually does and let the clock run out before they're actually going to do something. I think we're dealing with this so they don't have a choice at this point because there's been more sightings with more craft over more metropolitan areas in the last year and a half than there ever has been before. There's an escalation going on. Now, is the escalation coincidental? I don't think it's coincidental. I think it has something to deal with why they're pushing forward with disclosure. There's something that's going to go on, something that's happening, something where the if you want to call it, our government has had our time for the come to UFO Jesus moment, and they've put it off. And whether we're ready or not, whether or not we're doing what we've gotten our stuff done, they're moving forward on their own. They don't, if the U.S. government can continue lying to us forever, they would. But there's something more, bigger at play than most people realize.
I tend to look at that question, and I've analyzed that question each and every way I possibly could. And I think it comes down to two reasons. Number one, either Stephen Greer is right with the false flag alien invasion, or B, that contact has been made and a date has been set. And so the way I look at it is there's been no reason whatsoever for this story to come out. It's not the To the Stars Academy and Tom DeLonge pushing it forward. Everything always has an agenda.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, this is the most realist thing that I can think of, is that somewhere, somehow down the line, a date was set, whether it's 5 years from now, whether it's 50 years from now.
Yeah.
They have to start preparing the public now.
I don't think Greer or DC Musselwolf or any of them, to a degree, are going to be able to go ahead and, continue to sell their chicanery and their freaking, Greer got lost to the almighty dollar a while ago. And, all the different stuff he's been trying to push with regards into the secret space program and us reverse engineering this, and the United States government coming and doing all the, if you want to call it, abductions and everything to a degree, and that we've got this false flag alien invasion that's going to go on. I lost respect for him a while ago. And he was a great position a long time when Stan Friedman went on, but I think we've gotten to a point to him where we're almost dealing with someone, if you want to call it, like the good local pastor who's gone off and become someone as a televangelist. Something gets lost in translation along the way. I believe there is something going on a lot more than that, but we have to look past a lot of these people who put their personalities and everything before the message we're trying to get out.
And on that note, Thomas, we got you for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. Thomas Fessler will take your questions in the chat rooms when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Disclosure tonight with Thomas Fessler, a great YouTube channel for you to hit subscribe on, so make sure you do that. Hour 3 as we wrap it up right after this. All right, we're clear. That's good stuff here, man.
Absolutely. Thanks.
No,
we just have to be honest with people and, hopefully open their eyes to a lot of things that are going on. And it's getting people to be able to see past the things that are right in front of their eyes, as you put it earlier, reading between the lines. As I say it, taking a step back and seeing the big picture.
I was told by someone in the know, and that I asked them that why now question. And they said to me, "What do you think?" And I gave them the two reasons that I just said to you. And this person said to me, "It wouldn't surprise me if by the time our children are our age, that they are sharing this planet with extraterrestrials."
Yeah. And we have been for a long time. They've been here for a very, very long time. And at different points in time, they come back and they work with us. And humanity and the if you want to call it non-human intelligence works together as one. And we're back at one of those times again.
I think we are. I think we are. We'll find out why soon enough. But it is interesting. That is
It'll
for
be
sure.
happening within our life, and it'll be happening a lot sooner than any of us think.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand the Fessler kind of refers to a degree, but it's like professor, but Fessler.
I like that. I do. I like it a lot. I'm just going to step away, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
All right.
Yeah, I got about 5 hours of sleep last night, maybe 6.
That's about me.
Yeah.
That's about me.
How many minutes we got left?
We have 2.
Okay. Cool.
More.
I can get a refill.
Yeah. All right. Matthew Riot, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. What else is here? Give me 1 sec here. I'm trying to find some commercials. Low Pro, I don't want you to think that I'm skipping over your question, but I am going to skip over it because we don't talk pandemic here. That's one area where I will not go. It opens up a whole realm of conspiracy talk, and people are. I just don't like talking about it on the show. So if you don't mind,
I did remote view the Wuhan Institute of Virology though.
You can talk about that on your show.
I know we won't talk about it here. Just saying I did.
Mm-hmm.
Very enlightening.
All right. So we'll start here. I'll put the first question up so that way I can all right, there we go. We got about 40 seconds.
Cool.
Big thank you to Noble Patrick, Dirt Road ×2, Carla, Flat Earther, Spooky, Aussie Rob, Snakes, Cat, Chad, Joshua, and Ack for the super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show. Major Lee as well. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. We're going to get going right now.
Time out for Tom. Belong.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. Want to remind you that you could tune us in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and listen to us digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Magianism. Magianism is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, Thomas Fessler from the YouTube channel Disclosure Tonight is here. Puts on a great show 6 days a week, sometimes 7 if he's feeling up to it. And if you're listening in, make sure you hit that subscribe button on his channel. We're talking UFOs all night long. Thomas, welcome back.
Thank you much, Dave. I appreciate you having me here tonight. Absolutely.
We're going to get to some audience questions here. Akryong is asking, do you think all aliens and grays are good and superior to humans, inherently good, or that they can be like the government? Do you think that they are taking people, and who is allowing this?
Well, I think like everything, there's always the yin and the yang. There's the good and the evil and everything. There's a balance that goes along with the different things that are happening. We hear about the different abduction things that are happening in the United States. Do I have a feeling that the United States government is kind of letting some of this stuff go on? Oh, yeah, probably. Do we have proof of it? No. But you hear about the stuff that went on down in Virginia in Brazil, where they had all the different attacks that were going on from the people and all these people that were traumatized and injured and things. You hear about stuff that's gone on in Italy, where they've had different aircraft that have been attacked by them to a degree. We're seeing different things happening all over our planet. And you have to wonder, why is one place of the world getting treated differently than other places? So you just have to, look at it to a degree and trying to look at it from the big picture. Now, do I think they're like good, all good? No. Is it all love and light and rainbows and unicorns and everything to a degree? Heck no. We're dealing with something, they're not pets. They're not things we can go ahead and get a whistle and blow on it and make them appear to a degree. These are highly intelligent. They're so much more advanced than what we have. I mean, it basically is kind of like the Einstein's assistant came out and said, they were basically said, we don't know anything because we're so primitive compared to what they are. So there's a lot of speculation and other things that are going on to it. Now, are they like a government? No, I think they're beyond the government. I think they're an ancient society that's been around. From my limited exposure and different things that I've done in my later years, it's kind of like, imagine if you have all these different little grays or different things that are moving around, and they all have a consciousness that's kind of shared for communication between them. But above that consciousness that connects them, there's actually another intelligence that runs on top of that has its own intelligence that's different from all the ones that make it up. Now, some people would call this an artificial intelligence, but this is like a quantum intelligence. This is beyond our concepts of things to a degree. If they're taking people, they're doing what they want. They come, they take who they want, and they do what they want. There's nothing the United States government can do to stop them. They have their own agenda, and they're doing specifically what they want to do. Now, have I heard a story of someone who was basically paralyzed? They couldn't move, being pinned down on the ground and having a giant like knitting needle getting stuck through their eye socket, going into part of their brain structure for who knows what? Yeah. So when you hear the stories from some of the experiencers who have gone through some of this traumatic stuff, you have to wonder, is it something that they're just doing because they're scientific, there's experiments they're running, something that are going over multiple generations, and they're going to do what they want? You know why? Because they can. So we just have to look at it. Now, if they wanted to blow us out of the water, they've had the power to be able to do that for a very long time. Could one of their little Tic Tacs probably take out our entire naval fleet? Yeah, probably. Because you take one of those things that are moving 14,000 miles an hour, whatever it is, and you have it go through one side of a with a gravitational warp field around, and you have it go smash into one side of a destroyer and come out to the other. There ain't going to be much of a destroyer left to deal with it. And imagine if they've been here for a while. We've got some of these ships that we've seen coming out of Lake Erie. They're huge. You got stuff that's like a half mile in size, and it's a giant craft. You have to think of how many of those they have at the bottoms of our freshwater oceans, of our regular oceans, and how many things are actually there. So if they wanted to do things to stop us, they could. I mean, Grant Cameron has said, if we go ahead and try and start a nuclear war, they're going to stop us. And if they have to, they're going to split the moon in half to go ahead and actually, to prove it to us and to tell us, you've got to stop this stuff.
All right. Major Lee is asking, are they prepping us for current military technology?
Better way to put it. Are we trying to steal, destroy, knock them out of the air to take the technology from them? Absolutely. Do we want to go ahead and use that technology for modernizing our power grids and our systems and everything? No, we want it for war. That's all they keep on talking about. Because what if Russia, what if China gets this technology? Man, they're going to be, if you want to call it, so much more advanced. They'll be able to take over the planet. So they only want this specifically for military. Now, is it prepping us for current military tech? No, they're going to be so far advanced beyond us, and they're going to keep us from getting any of that technology. And if they ever need to work with us to go ahead and give us power or tech, part of it's going to be coming out of them specifically. If you want to call, we have a power station, right? Either we're not going to be able to come in respect of the power station, or the energy is going to get beamed down to it, because honestly, I wouldn't trust the government with this kind of technology, because you can't.
I think you hit the nail right on the head, especially if you go back in time and believe what Ben Rich said, the former Lockheed Skunk Works leader, where he said that we already know how to get ET home again. And basically what you're seeing now, we did 50 to 80 years ago.
But I don't think we have the ability to get ET home again. I think this stuff, I mean, they're talking about stuff that's put together on an atomic structure, where it's, stuff that's layered down on an atom by atom level of how they're putting this together. We don't have the material science to be able to recreate any of the stuff we're just figuring out. It is, I mean, the other craft supposedly are made from like 240 isotopes instead of the standard number of elements that we have. And we've never looked at being able to create metals or different things from isotopes. So it's a whole different way of creating stuff that we have no even idea of how to put together. Thank God.
All right, let's go to another question here. This one comes from John. Do you think extraterrestrials and their craft are from another dimension, planet, or we're always here?
Good question, Rican. Maybe none of the above, maybe all the above. Now, from what I've seen and what's been delivered to me as information, they have been here helping humanity at different points in time for as long as humanity has been on this planet. So as long or as we're always here, well, potentially they've been here longer than humanity has been around. Imagine if they've gone and the moon really isn't real. If it's something that was brought in to help control the seasons and help stabilize the atmosphere and the seasons for the creation of life. So we've got a massive technology base of a civilization that could do something. Now, is it from another dimension? Now, imagine if all matter that we have now is based on a certain vibration, a certain frequency. Just like with wireless signals that can all be in the same place and all not interfere with each other. Imagine if we had multiple dimensions that all overlay in the same location, but you can see the other stuff that's there, just like we can see stuff that's in the ultraviolet or the infrared spectrum. It's there. We just can't see it because it's at a different frequency to a degree. So if you want to call that another dimension, yeah, that's a possibility as well. What do you think, Dave?
I think it's a combination of everything. I really do. I do not believe the narrative that the government doesn't know where they're coming from.
Yep.
I have a hard time believing that, even from my sources who try to pawn that off on me.
Yep.
But I mean, I do believe they're from outer space. I don't believe that they are from an inner Earth or have been, having civilizations in the ocean that we don't know about. I don't buy that for a second.
Yeah, they are.
I believe they're parked there. Don't get me wrong. There's a difference. I believe they're parked there, but I don't believe that there are underwater civilizations like the Jetsons who have been in the ocean for years.
Now, imagine if you look at the cataclysmic cycle that happens on the Earth, the most unsafe place for long-term habitability is on the surface. We're like the three little pigs making our houses of sticks. They've got theirs at the bottoms of the ocean. So every so often when the oceans rise up and you have tidal waves that are 1,000 feet to 3,000 feet, which is a mile high, passing over continents, they're at the bottom of the ocean, under the ground. They're safe. Nothing's going to happen to them.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is I believe there are ships and civilizations under there. I don't believe that they've been there forever. I think they were
not forever, but maybe a really long time. Imagine if there was a civilization on this planet 100,000, 200,000 million years ago, and they realized they got advanced to a point and they figured out saying, wow, we got a cataclysmic cycle. The only way we're going to be able to survive is we go underground. Not just underground, we have to go underneath the oceans to get there. And they made that jump. Now you have a civilization that can continue to cycle and advance and everything over a very long period of time, and the whole cataclysmic cycle isn't going to interrupt it. So we could have ancient terrestrials to a degree that have been here for a long time, and they could potentially be from Earth.
Very true. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. Somebody does.
Hyperbole.
Somebody does.
Yeah.
Just not us. Max is asking, do you think that any ET species is culpable along with our leaders for past deceptions?
If there is deceptions, the deceptions are from our leaders, meaning the ETs said, we want to do this, whatever it is. I guess you could call them culpable if they're saying, we want to have access to your people. We want to go be doing experiments and everything. It's our government's decision not to tell people, not necessarily the non-human intelligence. Now they could be at a point where they're wanting to go ahead and pass lies off on the people on the surface because they'll think it's easy, just like religion.
Very true. Very true. I think, much like you, I don't think the ETs have an agenda. I think the humans have the agenda.
They do have an agenda. They do have a plan. They do have a timeline. But the thing is, what they want to do doesn't necessarily align in what the humans want to do.
Well, I do agree with you, though, that the technology that these craft and potential extraterrestrials have shown so far, that if they wanted to take us out, they would have. They would have. Long time ago, when our top weapons were spears, bow and arrows, and cannonballs.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have waited for today for us to be able to fly.
But this is probably not the first time humanity has been to the level of technology we have today.
True. That we don't know.
Yeah, I know. Humanity is very forgetful. You have a cataclysmic cycle that comes in that wipes out 80% of the population. The ones that are left, all their technology, all their writing instruments, all their materials, everything is all wiped out. How long does it take for us to forget something as a species? About a generation or two and everything's lost.
Very true on that. Gaping Hole is asking, does time traveling future humans fall under the NHI or non-human intelligence bracket?
No, it doesn't. Those are just humans from the future. Flat out. I think we're not dealing with humans from the future. We're dealing with something else. We're dealing with something else that's been here for a long period of time, involved with us for a long period of time. It'd be great to say it's humans from the future.
Do you think there are time travelers from the future walking among us right now?
I think there's extraterrestrials, or if you want to call them that, or advanced terrestrials, whatever you want to call it, mixed in within our civilization right now. There was video clips that came out. It was probably about 5-10 years ago of a news reporter in Denver, where a news crew was told to go on this particular ridge and shoot down over the city, but you have to use a high-speed camera. They shot with a regular camera and they shot with a high-speed camera. The regular camera showed nothing. The high-speed camera showed a craft coming in and freaking going down and then going back up and taking off again. Now they're moving at a rate of speed that the human eye can't see. It's the same thing we saw in a video recently. Even a friend of my producers found. And it was amazing. We had, if you looked at the video, it was shot on an iPhone and regular, 30 frames or 60 frames a second, you saw a dot, dot, dot. But as soon as the camera kicked into slow motion, you saw one UAP come move this way, another one that moved along this way. And then as the jet fighters were doing an air show over the city, one of the ones that shot off in the distance came back and shot right over the nose of the jet fighter and just flew off the side, basically saying, "Ha ha, I've got you." It wasn't just an air show of, jet fighters. It was an air show of jet fighters and UAP that, unless you had a camera recording stuff at 240 frames a second, you didn't see anything, but it's still there.
That's amazing.
I know. It's like when we first looked at the video, Gary and I, he said it was one UAP that they saw. But then we looked at it more and there was another one that was there. And then I was going over the show, looking at the stuff. There was another one that was actually the one that came down and flew right in front of the lead jet in the formation. And it was amazing because the jet's moving along like this and UAP comes down, changes its trajectory. And as the jet's moving along this way, it just literally comes down right over in front of its nose and then shoots off right in front of it. And by watching of how much space the jets were moving in relation to the UAP, these things are moving like, between 8,000 and 14,000 plus miles per hour, which ties directly to a lot of the stuff from the Tic Tacs.
We have 4 minutes left. I want to get to this question here from Low Pro. And if we have time, I got one more question for you. And Low Pro is asking, do you think the aliens are working with our government at all?
Yeah, maybe in the past, and maybe they are now. But the reality of it is, our government has their agendas to get their technology and use it for war, which is nothing that nothing that the intelligence is going to allow. So if they are working with us to a degree, it's not about, well, here's the thing. The UFO patents from Salvatore Pais that came out, there were too many patents with too many advances of stuff for a guy in the Navy. All I have to say is, what did we have to give up to get something to work with us to go ahead and give us an idea of how to create this stuff? So yes, I think we are working with for the intelligence, because the thing is, why the Navy? Why is the Navy coming up with this stuff? You have to think about it. They have all the nuclear based boats that are going around the oceans that are flocking ETs to them all the time. It makes sense why someone from the Navy would be coming out with the most advanced patents that we would have. I mean, basically, if you look at Star Trek and you look at the characters in it, he's the modern day version of Zachary Cochrane from Star Trek, the guy who invented the warp drive, literally. But we didn't get that technology by ourselves. Someone told him how in the heck to make it.
All right, 2 minutes left. I want to get your take here quickly on the USS Connecticut submarine hitting something in the ocean. Conspiracy theorists think, was it a USO that collided with the submarine? The Navy's not saying what they hit. All they're telling us is that the ship is moving on its own propulsion back to its base.
China is not saying anything with respect to it. They're basically laying the mouthpiece of the Communist Party is laying down, saying what kind of damage was to your craft. Was there any nuclear leakage or anything? They're acting like they're the mass polluter for the world right now is concerned about the environment, which is the biggest pile of crack to a big degree. So that's the same thing that I brought up in the broadcast as I covered this. And it's like, what did we hit that was down there? But you got to remember, the USOs that are down there, they're going at 200 plus knots and per hour. Okay, Google, stop. Sorry, I have an alarm at 11:28 p.m. every night. So with respect to that, we hit something probably more physical than anything, because the craft that are underneath, we got our submarines that are going between stuff and they can only move and everything to a degree. The UAP that are underneath the ocean are moving in the same method that they are above the surface. It's not like they have to slow down and move and everything. It's that same kind of herky-jerky movement that's going on. Maybe it could have been a USO, but highly unlikely, because they have a great ability unless the USO purposefully hit that craft because whatever the craft was doing, it didn't agree with it.
I have one solution and one solution only: Megalodon. That's it. Megalodon cracked into the ship trying to bite it, and that's what caused it. Thomas,
there was that one ping that they had from the southern Antarctic Ocean that was like thousands of miles away, and it was this phenomenal sound of a creature that we've never heard since, supposedly.
Megalodon. That's all it is.
Yeah, because you got to wonder what Godzilla is China trying to keep us out of from the South China Sea.
Thomas Fessler, disclosure tonight. Thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio. We are going to do this again, my friend.
Absolutely.
Coming up next, we have the fedora-wearing John Hudson and the Unbiased UFO Report, Shirky Poo's News, and the Thought of the Dave. Stay tuned. Spaced Out Radio continues.
Thanks, everybody.
Right after this. All right, we're clear. Great show, bud.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the collaborations with you in the future. You're a great man, Dave. You got a great audience. I'm glad you can respect me for the time and passion and the dedication I put into this. I mean, honestly, we're talking about other things. Money isn't important to me. really, because I have a great job and I can do a lot of stuff and everything. What's important to me is the message. That's the truth.
That is. We got to keep on pushing together, man.
Oh, yeah.
Keep on pushing together. We really appreciate you, man. You're good people, and thank you for coming on the show.
Oh, yeah. And thanks for having me. Absolutely.
Right on, bud. Go have some good times. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy. Take care of yourself and your family. Go for a nice walk tomorrow.
And take care of each other.
Absolutely. That's what it's about.
Oh, you make me laugh, bud. You make me laugh. All right, my friend. You take care. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Take care, man. Enjoy.
Later. Will do. Take care. Thomas Fessler, everyone. Gotta love him. If you haven't hit subscribe to his channel yet, you type in Thomas Fessler on YouTube, Fessler. It comes up with Disclosure tonight. He's got a bunch of videos out there, and it is definitely one that you want to hit subscribe to. He's on 2 hours before us, starting at 7 p.m. Pacific till 9 p.m. Pacific. Kind of helps set us up for the show as well, and we appreciate him for that because he's always saying hello and encouraging his audience to come over to our show. And you know what? We got to repay the favor. You know, I go in there to set up myself for the night when I want to get into UFO talk. I go listen to Thomas because I know he's on the ball. So it's really good. And I really highly recommend it. So make sure you go hit that. Jules, if you can, could you put the link to Thomas's channel? Oh, you already did. Look at that. Thank you. I just scrolled down and there it is. So Julie Wetchel has put the link to Thomas's channel in there, and that is a good one to have on your list for watching. We're just waiting for Stetson John or Fedora John to join us, and we'll make sure that happens. Let's see here. There he is. The fedora wearing John Hudson.
What's up, buddy?
Living the dream. Had a great show tonight with Thomas, man. Jazz, my shirt is courtesy of Brian Bowden, the man with 1,984 podcasts that are running simultaneously. It's not foyer filth. It's foyer.
It's an acronym. Acronyms technically don't have a pronunciation.
I'm going to throw a shoe at you right now.
Just saying. It's an acronym.
Your call, left or right, buddy. Hi, Lunar Tina. How are you? We got about a minute and a half. That was a fun show. Fun show.
Oh, I like Thomas a lot.
Good broadcaster. Very good.
Yeah. I got to be honest. You guys kind of irritated me a couple times. We can talk about that later.
Oh, yeah. To our audience tuning in, don't forget with John and I on Friday nights always do an after show. We never have a time limit on it. All depends how tired I get. He can go until like 6, 7 in the morning. Old Davey, after being up since 7 in the morning, I'm usually done for after a while. But stick around after the show for the after show, and you can hang out with us. We'll take your questions as well, and just kind of go over everything that's kind of going on. So it's usually a very fun time, entertaining time, and that's what we like to do on Friday nights. And I don't have to get up in the morning.
There you go.
Yeah. Excuse me. Hello, the Michael Leger. The Michael Leger. That's right. All right. Big thank you to Major Lee, Noble Patrick, Dirt Road ×2, Gorgeous Carla, Flat Earther, Spooky, Ozzy Rob, Snakes on a UFO, The Awesome Cat Chaser, Chad Smith, Joshua, and Triple Ack for the Super Chats tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning us in. We love you. You always have a safe home here on Spaced Out Radio. And all our regulars, you guys make this so much fun. Here we go, the final half hour before the show. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for tuning us in. Really do appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. It's time once again for the fedora-wearing John Hudson and the unbiased UFO Report. Yes, this is where we get into all the UFO news. And John has us up to date. We're going to start off with one of the biggest players in the game, Christopher Mellon. Worked for 3 different presidents, was a high player in the To the Stars Academy, now working with Luis Elizondo in spreading the love around the world about how real UAP are. What's new with Mr. Mellon? He's been pretty silent the last couple of months. John?
Well, first off, greetings, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. So, I mean, Christopher Mellon is playing this wonderful role now, which I absolutely adore. I'd love to play the same role someday, where he just, he's this elder statesman, sits on high, and when he sees an opportunity to inject something wise or thoughtful or knowledgeable, he just swoops down and, blows it up. And it's fun because you don't hear from him very often, but when you do, his words have weight, And basically, it's a good blog post. I mean, I'll include it in my notes. Everyone should go and read it. But essentially, the nut of what he's saying, which I have to say I totally agree with, is that even if the which I understand it has, though I need to get confirmation on this. Assuming that the more verbose language that we saw in the House bill is the one that survives the merging and gets signed by the president. He said, even if we get all of that, which, me personally, I look at those 5 pages and I'm like, hey, this is, especially the stuff about like medical effects. I was pretty excited, and he's saying this isn't good enough. And you guys shouldn't be satisfied by this, because what they're really doing is they're adding work to an already understaffed and underpowered unit of people, whether it's the task force or whether it's a unit within the Secretary of Defense. It's still going to be this subservient unit that essentially is going to have a lot of the same limitations and a lot of the same challenges. And so what he's arguing for is that it get elevated to a much higher office, and you essentially have a probably a multi-star admiral or multi-star general essentially running the show, where they have equal sitting between the different groups and actually have some real authority, have their own, he suggests possibly bringing it into another organization that already exists, so that you already have staff and resources. He's not saying it has to be sprung up from nothing, but he wants it to be its own functional organization. And while he knows far better than I do how realistic that is. I have no idea what the appetite is within the Department of Defense to have something like that exist. But the sentiment and the logic behind what he's saying, I completely agree with. I think he makes a really good point.
I'm very curious about this because Chris Mellon has made it very known that he only speaks when he needs to speak. He's not like Lou Elizondo, who has volunteered his time to go on every news station and podcast out there. He has been very, very stoic with who he chooses to speak with, namely mainstream media outlets to very high-end radio shows. Never mind, he hasn't been interested in getting into and running the podcast gamut of the UFO world. Why, after a couple of months, do you think he's coming out about this?
It's for the very reason you just stated, Dave. Essentially, what you have here is you have a tag team. You have it's very much like in what I consider a proper company. You have a president and you have a CEO, and the CEO talks up and out to the board and to the shareholders and to the customers, and the president talks, I hate to use the word down, but down to and runs the actual day-to-day organization. What you have is you have Lou, who speaks to the masses, and then you have Mellon that speaks up to essentially Congress and to the White House. And so I think many of the pieces that he writes we're just reading it because we get to. It's not addressed to any of us. He's writing that to the Senate Arms Committee. He's writing that to the president. He's writing that to the stakeholders. He's writing that to the people who actually hold the purse strings and who can actually make it happen.
Well, the fact is, he has done a very good job at making his point known and using the mainstream media as the conduit to getting things done. He realizes that if he speaks now, the media and the mainstream is going to listen. They're not going to poo-poo the subject the way they did normally previous to 4 years ago. So
and it doesn't keep him from going out on a limb once in a while. He just does it very infrequently. I mean, the last time he came out, and I think he was talking with oh man, I can't remember who he was talking with. I think it was I don't want to say, I could be wrong, but there have been a couple of times where he's gone out and talked, and I've been really surprised by some of the stuff he said, right? He's really gone out a little further than I expected him to. But once again, as you just stated, he does it very infrequently. He does it very carefully. He does it very methodically, and his words have weight.
Very true. All right, let's move on to the next subject. We talked a little bit about it with Thomas Fessler earlier on, but this rubber ducky video is really catching on around the UFO world. Luis Elizondo has come out and claimed that it is 100% real and that it's a video that we need to pay attention to. What's your thoughts?
So, just, as a fan of Sesame Street, I'm just really enjoying the rubber ducky theme. I'm just really getting a kick out of it. That's my favorite part of the whole story. What it comes down to is, so there's good and bad in this, right? In one case, we have another person who's unfortunately really drummed up a whole lot of passion and excitement about something that for most people is going to actually be a little lackluster, and that's a bad habit we all need to get out of, right? We need to stop doing that to people, because it makes people gun shy. It gives them PTSD over news in this world. So that was an unfortunate occurrence. It was good that it didn't come this time from Jeremy Corbell. And so it shows that Jeremy's not the only one who's overhyping things, that there might be just a very human tendency to overhype something that you are the sole possession of, and that you're going to release it, and it's hard not to get excited. And so maybe this means Jeremy deserves a little more legroom. But the thing that's really interesting about it is that like, to me, this great contrast was Dave Felch did this great little video on it, and his video is like it's like 8 minutes and I think 11 seconds or something. It's a really short video, and it's beautiful. I mean, I'll link it. Everyone should watch this. He shows you what balloons look like under IR. He shows you what mylar balloons look under IR. He shows you how heat dissipation. He shows you so much about like how this whole thing really works. And then he looks at the video and he basically says, and I agree with him, that yeah, it's not doing anything really crazy, but its existence is a little bit crazy, right? I mean, one, you have what might actually be two objects, right, that don't appear to be tethered and appear to be operating in sync, and he thinks there's a good chance that's what's going on. And if that's the case, that's super interesting. But what he really points out is that when you look at the color scheme that gets put out by the IR, the fact that, the colors that you get are based on what you set to, right? So you're looking for, if you're looking for humans, you set for human temperature, and then you basically get hotter and colder on either side of that temperature, right? And this is an object that consistently has no heat. I mean, this thing is just completely evacuated of any heat at all, and it shows no temperature variation at all, and it shows no temperature variation around the object in any way, shape, or form. So there's no indication of how on earth the thing's moving. Now, is it filmed in a location that is common for drug running? Yes, of course. Is it possible that someone's come up with drone technology that can do this? It's not going very fast. It's not very high up. It's even the time that because it's nice that it's a long video, right? But even the time that it's going, we have drones that can go that long. So none of that stuff. It's certainly none of the 5 observables. But there's enough there to say that you cannot come to any conclusions as to what it is. And a lot more analysis needs to be done. And there are some very odd things about it. And the last thing I'll add really quick is, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, is that my understanding is, and you might know better than I, is that this is the video that the SCU has been looking at. And the video we heard about them looking at a couple weeks ago. And if that's the case, one, I'm happy that they're spending so much time looking at it. But 2, I'm a little bummed because I was kind of hoping the video they were looking at was something, a little more, shiny and glossy. But
I'm not going to lie. I was really hoping that the video the SCU was looking at was the 21-minute video that Elizondo.
So was I. So was I. And I haven't seen any confirmation yet out of the SCU to say, yes, this is the video we were looking at. But that's what I've heard from a couple people, and so it's something that needs to be followed through on. But it's odd. It is. It's an odd video. I mean, for it to go that long without it's good. The thing is is one of the great points that Felch brings up is it to, if you had any sort of an engine in that thing, to keep it that consistently cool, you would need something in it generating the cold, right? Which itself would create heat. So you have this real nasty problem where how would you create enough cold to cover the propulsion system and enough cold to cover the system that's producing the cold for propulsion? I mean, it's not the simplest problem to solve.
Well, here's the interesting part about this, and that Thomas and I were talking about. This video was allegedly leaked out by someone within Homeland Security, and we know that these videos just do not get leaked out. Okay, there is a protocol that goes along with these videos. We also know that Elizondo has confirmed that this video is real, that he had seen it before, and a lot of people still buy it when Lou confirms something. So,
and if I could add something really quick, is DHS deals with drug runners all the bloody time. And so they know what drug runners look like under this. And so why would they release a video of drug runners? Like, to me, the whole point of releasing something would be something where they're like, this is weird. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, we only have to take it at their word. That's all we can take about. I mean, otherwise, is it a red herring? Could be a giant floating duck. You know what I'm saying? It could be.
Yes. And to that point, I was kind of hoping, and I still am, I was kind of hoping that this would end up being nothing. That we would all quickly come to some agreement that this was a false positive and there was nothing going on. Because let's be honest, for all the things that happen, a percentage of these should be wrong. A percent of these should have prosaic explanations. And so far, most of the things we've seen, except for a few things that Jeremy's done, most of the things we've seen, a lot of us have come to the conclusion are real. And so that kind of throws off the statistics a little bit. There should be a couple ones that get proved wrong. And I was kind of hoping this might be one of them, but we'll see.
We will definitely see. We got one more topic for you to share with us tonight, and that is regarding the UFO World Conference. What's going on?
Yeah, so the main reason why I wanted to bring this up is because it's not a local conference. I mean, it is local. It's in Barcelona, and if you ever can go to Barcelona, I highly recommend it. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. But because it came just after that that previous conference that was, I think, 2 weeks ago, this kind of snuck up on a lot of us. It was like a lot of us. I mean, I personally was just heard about it a couple of days ago, and I felt bad. I should have known. And it's got some good speakers. I mean, Valet is going to be speaking there himself, and so it's got a good list of speakers. It should be a really good show, and it's an online conference. So I have no idea what they're charging, but anyone in the world can sign up, and it starts, I believe, tomorrow. If there isn't some pre-stuff tonight, usually conferences might have one or two things a night of people arriving, but the bulk of it will start on the Saturday. And so, if you have the free funds and you have the free time, I suggest you check it out. It should be a good show. And it's not very often you get to see Valet speak. So definitely worth checking out.
Definitely. And you know what? We appreciate you coming on in once again for another outstanding edition of the Unbiased UFO Report. Fedora wearing John Hudson, you always do a great job for us here on Spaced Out Radio. We really do appreciate it. And we'll talk to you in the after show.
Sounds good.
All right, let's get to Shirky Poo's news, shall we? The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR Newswire. And we're going to start off with a couple of haunted stories. Most houses for sale list their number of bedrooms and bathrooms, but one house has another unique number linked to it. Michelle Bell has been trying to sell her family's house in Troy, New York, but says she hasn't received any legitimate offers. While most home sellers are benefiting from a red-hot market, this particular home is sitting idle. Why? It may have something to do with the 9 ghosts that supposedly inhabit the property. Bell spoke with the media about her family home and explained that after losing her mother to Alzheimer's, she decided it was time to part ways with the property. Bell had taken care of her mom for 9 years in the house until she died a few years ago. During that time period, unusual activity in the house ramped up. We lost 13 to 20 aides during that time, she said. Apparently, the nurses kept seeing ghosts roaming the house or its surrounding property. A few of them said they were even pushed. Bell said that while the house has generated a lot of interest, no legitimate buyers have made offers yet. According to Bell, no one has been able to show proof of mortgage approval. The house has been in the family for generations. Bell says that she has spent time there as a kid. She didn't experience any overtly paranormal activity. She did, however, say that it often felt that there was a presence in the house. She described hiding under the dining room table or in the attic where it felt safe. Let me tell you, this is a ghost hunter's dream, this house. It's a gorgeous house, too. My goodness. If that was closer, I may look into that. All right. As we crawl into spooky season, we're going to see more stories like this, as there are several spots in the state of Oklahoma that are inhabited by actual spirits all year round. And the top 4, Dead Woman's Crossing. Concrete Bridge in rural Weatherford is where the body of Katie DeWitt James was found more than a century ago. James boarded an Oklahoma train in 1905 with her infant daughter after leaving her abusive husband the day before, but she never arrived at her destination. It is believed that she got off the train in Weatherford with a prostitute named Fanny Norton, but Norton died before anyone found out the truth. James' skeleton was found near the bridge by a man fishing a year later, but her murder has never been solved. Local legend said you could still hear the wagon wheels if you stand under the bridge. James's spirit is said to also appear as a blue light in the area, too. There's Stone Lion Inn Bed and Breakfast in Guthrie. This old Victorian home once served as a funeral parlor before it became a bed and breakfast. Isn't that nice? The spirits of the home's original owners, the Houghton family, are said to reside on the second floor. The ghost of an 8-year-old little girl named Irene Houghton likes to pat guests on the face, while other spirits have been recorded talking from beyond. Aside from renting out rooms, the Stone Lion also hosts a regular murder mystery party. Gilcrease Museum in Tulsa. This museum is works of art and archaeological relics collected by Oklahoma oil baron Thomas Gilcrease. Gilcrease died in 1962, but he continues to visit his art collection to this day. Visitors have seen him walking around the museum's garden and along the path that leads to the mausoleum on museum property. The ghosts of several Native American children have also been seen in the museum's garden, since the property once served as an orphanage as well. And finally, in Pawhuska, Constantine Theater, where people have been seeing ghosts of this former hotel turned theater since 1905. One of the most commonly spotted ghosts is a woman wearing a Victorian era dress with buttons running down the front. Ghostly gunshots, doors slamming, and children laughing have also been heard throughout the building. How interesting is that? And, well, let's get to another story here because we don't have time for the thought of the day. An Ohio dad whose kids missed a day of school because of a statewide bus driver shortage is helping neighborhood children get to and from school with a limousine. Sean Rogers Jr. said his children missed school Friday when their bus never showed up to take them to Graham Elementary and Middle School. So he posted on Facebook to see if any other local parents wanted their kids driven to school in a limousine borrowed by the father's limo service. Rogers said he soon received dozens of responses that led to giving 25 kids a ride to school the following week. How cool is that? I want to say a big thank you tonight to Captain Shirk for the awesome news on the UFO report from John Hudson. We got him going as well. Yeah, John does a great job with this. And, of course, a fantastic interview with Thomas Fessler tonight. Don't forget to go hit subscribe on his YouTube channel. Puts out a great show 6 days a week, sometimes 7. And that's what we need to do. Bring everyone together to set up the stage for some good run of shows. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight on YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Alien Protocols, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, Alien Protocols. Been a while.
Buddy!
What's happening?
No, I meant Buddy. Alien Protocols.
Yeah.
So good to see you, man.
I figured. Good old Alien Protocols is here. Let me get these headphones off, man. I am so sick of wearing them.
One of my favorite people in the community.
Turn you up a bit.
So what do you think of the video, Dave?
I don't know. I didn't like it.
It's not exciting. Not exciting at all. And it's 40 minutes of not exciting.
That is true. Give me 2 seconds. I just got to get set up with some stuff here.
No worries. No worries, bud.
If I don't, then me can't do me job very well.
Well, it's a good thing you know they pay you the big bucks.
Dude, you have no idea how excited I am about taking next week off my daytime job.
Hey, I no, actually, I'm actually really, I'm really pleased you did it. You know, because I mean, for a lot of people, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're one of them. You know, saying they want to take time off is one thing. Actually doing it, it sometimes is a little hard. So it's good of you to do it.
I'm happy about it. I am very happy about it.
It'll be good for you.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to get caught up. I'm going to get ready for winter here. Do a bunch of cleanup outside. I'm going to mow my lawn one more time.
Just Dave, make sure you don't do what so many of us do and end up trying to shove it so full of stuff that you end up needing a vacation from your vacation, right?
No, trust me, I have a lot of sleep planned.
Good.
I don't have to turn my alarm on for 3 days. You know,
there you go.
I have a lot of sleep planned. But
that's the way to do
I
it.
also find going to get firewood and splitting firewood very therapeutic.
Oh, I bet. I bet.
I'm a big fan of that. So I'm looking.
Yeah, I bet. For sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, for I don't remember who asked, but someone asked about the unicorn in the back. Yeah, that's a unicorn piñata that is full of candy, and it will be beaten to death by about 10 5- and 6-year-olds tomorrow in the middle of a public park. So
nice.
You know, should be quite a sight to see.
Hey, your little girl turned 7?
6.
6.
Beautiful. Yes. Yeah. It's it's actually it's interesting. You know, watching the human brain develop is so fascinating, and you know, and it's challenging too, because you know, like everyone's brain develops very differently in a way, and so much of it depends on their environment and so forth. And but it's so interesting to see, you know, just like how much more awake she is now. You know, like this birthday, this is like, you know, this is the first birthday where she's, you know, she's really turning into like a full dimensional person, you know, and it's so much fun to see. It's so much fun to see. You know, I'm not one of these folks that, like, you know, constantly pines over their kids being younger. You know, I mean, there are certainly aspects of her when she was younger that I liked, but what I love is being able to talk to her, you know. And the older she gets, the more I can talk to her, the more we can talk about, you know. And
sure.
and you know, just getting to know her and seeing her point of view on things. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. So anyway, so that's no, it's not my unicorn, you know, just in case anyone was asking.
Sure, it's not, John.
Yeah. Did you ever watch that show? It was one of the DC shows on TV. It was oh god, now I can't remember the name of it, but it was one where they were on a ship and there was a bunch of them. It wasn't like the Undesirables, but it was something along those lines. And anyway, there was this one episode where they meet this demon that is disguised as a unicorn, and the unicorn is literally throughout the episode spearing people with its horn, and just blood everywhere. I mean, it is gory, and like for both my wife and I, like, it's basically ruined unicorns for us. It's like I can't even look at a unicorn anymore without thinking about that episode. It was so awful.
Man, no, I'm glad I didn't see it.
Oh, it was I actually have an animated GIF of it. I'll send you, but it was a dark show for sure. Dark show.
All right, so this is a time of night where we kind of open up the floor to all of you in our chat room, where if you have any questions that you guys want us to talk about, debate, discuss, it's a good time to throw them on in and put them in capital letters if you don't mind. And we're going to have some fun here with you guys as we normally do.
Oh, but let me just say real quick, for any of you that didn't catch it, please go listen to Dave's 101 last night. It was probably the best one he's done yet, and it's an important one to listen to, and I really encourage everyone to give it a listen, because it was super impressive, and just I really think everyone should check it out. It was good stuff.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I do. That's very kind of you.
Good stuff. All right, people, let's get some questions. Otherwise, I'm just gonna rant all night.
Son of a gun! I've already screwed up here. Undo.
Congratulations, Sherry.
Right there. All right, Sherry. I wish I could show you my grandson's ultrasound. Oh, that is awesome news, Sherry. I would love to see your grandson's ultrasound. I would. That is such a...
Yeah, that's super cool.
Sherry, I'm excited for you now. I'm very excited for you. Congratulations to you and your family. I have a feeling, Sherry, that little boy's going to be spoiled with love. Absolutely spoiled with love. Congratulations to you.
As all grandkids should be.
Eugene, how tall was the werewolf in the original Howling film? I have no idea. I've never seen it. I'm bad with movies. I hate it when people ask me movie questions, because I'm like, no, I haven't seen it.
I have to admit, that's one aspect of this whole paranormal world that you get into that starts really kind of making you think. Is that there's a lot of creatures that you just, you enjoyed seeing movies about because you didn't think they were real. And then, you start hearing stories about Dogman, and you're like, huh, well, that's not good. Like, do you have a favorite UFO video, Dave?
Well, let's go. I'll put the questions up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
There was Eugene's question. I honestly don't know Eugene. I'm sorry. Really don't.
Should be at least 10 feet.
What is your favorite UFO video? I haven't seen one that I like yet.
I was about to say the same thing. My favorite one is the one I still hope for. I mean, with that said, I guess the one I would throw out there is I do still like the Nimitz video, not because of the video. The video is if the video was released by itself, it's nothing. But that video, in combination with the amount of telemetry, the amount of people that have come forward, just the amount of auxiliary and second and tertiary information that came out about that video has made, I think, that probably one of the most important videos that's ever come out. But it's not a good video.
My favorite one, if I were to choose one, would be the Phoenix Lights.
Yeah, some of those videos are good. Some of those videos, some of those are, yes, I agree. Some of those are good. Trying to think of, actually that South American one, what was it? The Border Patrol, that one that was going, very fast across the screen, and it dipped into the water. A Guriella or whatever it was called. I can't remember what it was. But that one was actually, that was a pretty good video. Oh, you know what? Actually, no. You know what? I think this is my favorite one, and I think it'll probably surprise everyone. I think my favorite one is that old NASA video where you see the object in the upper atmosphere, and then you see this white spear-looking thing come flying right at it from the surface of the Earth. And you see this thing make a beeline out of there and take off. That video still to this day blows my mind. That's probably my favorite video. That's an amazing video, and no one ever talks about it. That video, yes, Spooky. That's the one. How do you pronounce that, Dave? Aga Spooky.
I don't know. I'm way back in the chat room right now.
Oh, sorry, but yeah, I how to pronounce that, but yeah, I mean that one was pretty good. But I think that NASA video of that object coming in, man, that still confuses me to no end. Because that one not only looks like a crazy UFO video, but it looks like a crazy offensive weapon video too. I mean, it looks like us was shooting something at incoming UFOs. That's crazy. That's almost as crazy as a UFO coming in.
Tony wants to know where he can find the duck video.
Who released it? New York. Well, look, if you go to Dave Felch's YouTube page, you can see his takedown of it, his analysis of it, and I believe he offers a link to it. But as far as like the original site, that the original guy, his name is he's got a New York tag in his name. I forget what his actual name is, and I think it would be respectful to try to figure out wherever he posted it and go look at it there.
All right. Have you seen Florida Mackey's YouTube channel with all the interesting photos of Antarctica? No, I don't follow anything Antarctica because I don't believe 98% of the stuff that comes out of there. Not to sound negative or anything, but we just don't know. And the one thing that I've learned since being in this field is the minute you start talking Antarctica, you start talking about people who are not very resourceful in finding out proper information. And there's a lot of hype and a lot of conjecture because we want things to be different down there. At least that's my opinion.
The problem is, and this is going to get more problematic as time goes on, is that what most people don't realize, there's a whole bloody continent under that ice. And some time ago, that continent was near the equator, and it was a beautiful place, right? Now we're talking a long time ago, but still it was there. And if there really were any really ancient civilizations, I don't even mean things that just reached to our level. I mean things that even just reached to like, Aztec level or Stonehenge level, whatever, right? Just signs of old life. It's underneath that ice. And with the way everything's melting, we are going to start at some point in the future. This will be the point. So right now, all archaeology has gone scuba. All the interesting things are right off the coast of everywhere. The next time archaeology goes really exciting back on land will be once we get down to the bottom of that ice pack, because there's going to be some astounding things found underneath that ice. And so that's the thing that's hard for me, is that I agree with everything Dave said, but there's a part of me that knows that at some point, enough of it's going to melt that we are going to start finding stuff. And I don't mean like, Nazi bases or anything like that, but I just mean we're going to start finding some really interesting archaeology. And I don't know if I'll be alive for that, but I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Spaghetti Lee says, given the quick dismissive response to the rubber duck and Einstein assisted videos, do you think folks are too dismissive without looking into things thoroughly? 100%.
Yes.
I think there is a contingent of the UFO community that doesn't believe anything because they haven't been dropped it themselves. And I'll tell you right now, if somebody like Mick West was the guy who was given this audio, he'd be all over it like a breaking news. He really would. Mm-hmm. All right. And, I think that a lot of these people who are complaining about the rubber duck video or the Einstein video, they're always quick to say, nope, weather balloon, nope, whatever it is. Okay. They're not interested in searching. It's like the people out who are out there who are armchair ufologists. It's the armchair ufologists who are doing that. Right? Yep. People who aren't out there investigating, or they don't have connections to the governmental side.
And so much of what gets said is it's so logically fallible. I mean, think about this, right? Like if you see a UFO video and you say it's not a UFO, it's a this, because you've seen what a this, whatever this is, that's one thing. But for someone to just say that's not a real UFO, there's a real problem with that statement, right? Because officially, no one's seen a real UFO. So, what are you measuring it against? Like, what is a real UFO in your eyes, right? Like, what are you comparing it against to say it's not a real UFO? And that's the thing I have trouble with is I get people saying it's not a real UFO, and then I'll ask them, well, what is a real UFO? Can you show me a video of? Oh, I don't know one. Have you ever seen one? Well, no. Well, then how do you know what one looks like? How do you even know what one? How do you compare it? How do you have to know? You have to have seen something to say something is not that. Drives me nuts.
Patrick, Dave, have you seen the tree shaking video? No, I have not. Probably a Bigfoot one. I have not. Kevin, John, what's the best way to get wax, oils, and emollients out of linen?
Dry cleaners. I have no idea. I'm so clueless about such things. So clueless.
All right.
So clueless.
Tony, what about the orb that was filmed from different angles in Jerusalem?
I haven't seen this. I want to. Multiple angles is something I've been desperately waiting for. I'll have to look into that. I haven't seen that one. The problem is that even multiple angles, orbs are problematic. Orbs are really problematic. Basically, what we need to get is IR footage of an orb. So we need to get IR for. We need to get data on an orb. We need to get heat. We need to get luminance. We need to get some measure of something coming off that orb, because the thing is that right now a bulk of the world just the instant you mention orbs, they just gloss over. They just gloss over. They don't even want to hear it because there have been so many bad orb videos, and there's so much negativity about orbs, and it sucks because I think some orbs are absolutely real. I don't know what they are. I have a hypothesis as to what they are, but I don't know what they are. And I think it's sad because I think some of the orb videos are real, and getting one with multiple angles would be super interesting.
Give me 2 seconds. Okay.
Multiple angles is what we need for everything. I mean, that has so much value. So much value. I mean, just.
How about old B. Hoff? How about old STS vids?
So I believe that one I mentioned is one of those. I believe that one I mentioned where you see the object floating in the atmosphere, and you see this bolt come up to shoot at it, and it zips away and completely changes direction. I believe that is one of those old STS videos. The problem is that there is a lot of debris in space, and there's more and more every year. And so I do believe that there were several reasonable cases of things being seen in those videos that really deserved a lot of scrutiny. And if they ever got that scrutiny, we didn't hear about it. And I think it's unfortunate. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in those videos. But that one I mentioned, that one still blows my mind.
Dave, would you not say the Zimbabwe document with John Mack not the best? I'm going to answer that by saying I know the story. I haven't had time to look into it enough to give a qualified comment on that, on what happened at the Ariel school. But I think that's one of the topics we need to be discussing more.
Wait, so is he saying that specifically the recorded interviews that John Mack did are he finds challenging, or the whole
question same as I do, dude?
Oh no, I didn't read it. I missed it when it went by.
It's right on the screen.
Oh, sorry. That's awesome. Document with the John, not the best. Yeah, I'm actually a little clarification, Michael, would be good, because the thing is that I know there's been some documentaries made that may be a low value, but my personal opinion is that case, that Zimbabwe case is quite possibly the best UFO incident we have on record. I think that case is absolutely astounding. Absolutely astounding. I the more I look into that case, the more amazed I am.
All right, let's go to another question here. Nikki, Dave, Antarctica. What about the military pilot guys who never signed NDAs, then talked about what they witnessed? No discussion of that. I don't follow Antarctica. I have no interest in Antarctica. And so I don't even know what you're talking about, Nikki. I'm not trying to play difficult here. It's just my opinion on it.
So I know some of what you're talking about, Nikki, and so I'm gonna throw out probably a very controversial hypothesis that I have, and that is that Linda Moulton Howell is a very impressive researcher, and she came into this world with a lot of credibility and a lot of good training and so forth. And I really believe, and I think we now have evidence of it because of what Dodie was involved in and so forth. I really believe that she has been repeatedly targeted with misinformation. And I think that there are people that go in there with their DD-214s and a really good practice story. And she's such a sweet person. And so I'm very concerned that some of those stories that you mentioned, the ones specifically that went to Linda Moulton Howell, I'm very suspicious of what their motivations are. Very suspicious.
Thomas Fessler is still listening. Right. Sorry, Kevin had I accidentally just skipped Kevin's question. He's asking what makes things official. I don't think we have anything official. The only videos that we have that are official right now are the ones that the government says are official. That's it.
Well, yeah, and official is people need to understand official. For me anyway, official means that that it was recorded in an official capacity, and there is a chain of authority for it, right? So something that was filmed by a fighter jet, something that was filmed by a camera mounted outside the Pentagon, right? Like something like that. So something where you have and you have chain of authority. But all that's saying is that the video itself was that thing. That does not mean that what was recorded in the video can itself be you can say that's official anything, because those videos can be modified. You need to get the camera, right? You need to, there's a lot of work involved to authenticate what was filmed. But to me, official has to do with the actual film itself and how the film was captured and how that film was delivered. That's the only thing that can be official. Beyond that, to officially say what something is, I don't know if you can ever say that. I don't know. I don't know if you can ever say anything's official that you filmed.
Mike wants to know opinions on the Japan air flight over Alaska in '86. I think this is a great case. I think that we need to know more about that one. That's one of those special cases like the Phoenix Lights that we need to know more about. Talk about a 747 is a giant aircraft. It's one of the biggest in the world. And when you have it sitting up against a mile-long craft in the sky that was being tracked by Elmendorf Air Force Base and Fairbanks Air Force Base, we need to know more about that. I wish more witnesses would come out about that case.
I could not agree more. And, honestly, like when I started getting really into this research a couple of years ago, one of the things that I got really kind of depressed over is I was always under this impression that we needed this breakthrough case. We needed this breakthrough thing to happen that would just wake everyone up. And what you start to realize once you start digging into it is we've had several. I mean, hell, the things that flew over the White House in what was that year, 52 or something like that? That was astounding. The event that happened over the Battle of LA, that was amazing. The Japan flight, the Phoenix Lights, the Zimbabwe area school case. We've had several really impressive events happen, and no one cares. And that just really led me to believe that the tolerance for significant is far higher than I thought it was. And I don't know if you're going to get many cases better than those, right? I mean, those some of that Japan case, those Japanese pilots, oh man, their testimony, not only their testimony about what happened, but their testimony about what happened to them after the event is astounding. It's astounding. It's very frustrating.
You want to know something cool? Our show, I'm just looking up some statistics here. Our show has been downloaded 3.5 million times.
Wow.
That's
very
pretty
nice, Dave.
Pretty
That's very cool. That's very cool.
530,294 times our show has been downloaded.
That's freaking awesome.
That's pretty cool.
That's really awesome. Oh, hey, you know what? Before I forget, I did want to throw something out there, and the reason why I didn't bring it up in the main news report is because I have no evidence for what I'm about to say. So I just want to apologize for that right off the bat. But it's a small update on the Einstein case. And the small update on the Einstein case is that I spoke to someone who knew a couple of the knew at least one of the physicists that were alive during that time. And what he believes, though he can't tell me why he believes this so firmly, but what he believes, based on what he was told by this physicist and others, is that not only was Einstein there, but that all of the Manhattan Project physicists were there. That Feynman was there, that Wheeler was there, that there was a bunch of them that were there, and basically they were there because they had just been proven. They had just come off the Manhattan Project, and none of them said anything, and they dealt with the world's most deadly security, and they did it, and they were physicists, and they pulled off the impossible, and so they were the trusted ones, and so they were the ones that were brought in to look at that ship, and he believes that they all went through that. They all went in there. But I have no evidence other than that, so sorry.
That's wicked. That is wicked. All right. Noble Patrick wants to know, John, where do you get most of your information from?
Magic 8 Ball.
Good choice.
Ouija boards. Mostly books. Now I will say that no, actually I take that back. That's not fair. What I will do is I will listen to a podcast interview of someone from at least 3 completely different shows. So very different angles, right? Because while there is some repetition, you will see a lot of differences in the way people are interviewed. So I will watch at least 3 different interviews of people, and then I will go read their books. And that's essentially, and if I can, I'll reach out to whoever I can and talk to anyone. But my habit has been primarily to use, I'm a voracious reader, and if you guys go to my Twitter page, you can see the thing I have pinned is I forget what it is. It's like 60 or 70 books that I've read in the last 5 years. That essentially, those books. The reason why I read those books was because just watching all these YouTube shows, I was getting flustered. I was getting very agitated as to how much trouble I was having getting my head around all this. And it was reading those books that helped me find a path through it. So it's really a combination of interviews. Documentation certainly is wonderful when you can find it. But documentation is valuable once in a while. But essentially, what you're doing is you're putting together a story with any one of them. And so the more data you can get, I mean, if you can get interviews, like physical documentation, and one or two books on the topic, you walk away with a pretty good understanding of something.
Very true. Very, very true. All right, let's see what other questions we have here. B. Hoff is saying, Betty and Barney Hill's star map, how could they know when we haven't even discovered it yet? Big evidence. What's your thoughts?
I 100% agree. But that's not the only example of that, right? I mean, this is another thing I get frustrated by, is that you think, you get these smoking gun things you think are going to be smoking. The doggone people, right? The doggone people knew about that star, but like hundreds of years before anyone else did. I mean, it's like that just doesn't make sense, right? The star map that Betty drew, like there was that. Look, I will say here that I believe that. Now, let me caveat this with I can't speak to whether Betty and Barney Hill were really like physically taken anywhere, or if it was just done to them at that location. I have no idea like how it was done and so forth, but I believe that the information that Betty got was real. I really do.
Me too. I have no reason to question it.
Yeah.
No reason to question it whatsoever. And I think that's a good thing to see where it goes.
Especially for what those two gave up to tell their story. I mean, people have to realize what it was like to be a multiracial couple in that time in the world, right? I mean, that was not an easy road trip they were on, and for them to get onto the public scene and expose their marriage and expose and he was a very active person in the civil rights movement. He honestly could have done a lot more in the civil rights movement if he hadn't been sidelined by this event. So they both gave up a lot and exposed themselves to a lot of ridicule and danger to tell their story. That speaks volumes to me.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I love this question because we can have a good debate about it from Nicola. What do you guys think about the Galileo project and its effect on the UFO experience? I'll let you go first, John.
Well, I don't know if it really has any effect on the UFO experience. What I consider Galileo to be is, first of all, I think it's very good. Right? Let me just say point blank, I think it's very good. And the reason why I think it's very good is because of the fact that the whole reason why we prefer to get iPhone videos from pilots than gun camera videos from pilots is that anything filmed on military gear can't be released raw. And if you muck with it, you taint the evidence. So video taken using high-end government equipment is never going to be all that useful to us. So if we really want to be documenting any of this stuff, we need to be capturing it with open source, publicly held gear. And that's what they want to build. That's what the Galileo. So to me, that aspect of it is awesome. I think it's awesome. But I don't. So I think it's good from that point of view. I think it's good from the publicity point of view. I think it's good from a normally in the conversation point of view. But beyond all of that, I really just consider this to be a much more logical version of SETI, right? And I still have problems with people looking out there for what we have a gazillion people saying is right here.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And I think that's one of the things. My big thing is I look at a lot of the people that are getting involved with the Galileo project. Everybody's jumping on board. And the one thing I will say about Avi Loeb, as exciting and as much as I think he is trustworthy on it, I do not like some of the names that have joined the project. I think they are dangerous to the UFO field. like Seth Stoshak, like other scientists who are on there, podcasters who lie about their credentials. I don't think that they have done their homework in trying to bring in a lot of credible people. I don't think they've looked at the resumes outside of the university professors. I think they're taking people at their word. And the one thing that I think is very detrimental to this field, as I've told everyone before, I don't think we do enough resume shopping. We don't look at people's credentials and ask them, like, say, for instance, if somebody came up to me and said, hey, where did you work in, what radio stations did you work at? I could provide those in a heartbeat with proof, both with a resume and both with online work. All right. And I don't think that many people in the UFO world actually check the resume. They take people verbatim. So when somebody says, I'm a journalist, look at my blog, and yet this person's never worked in journalism or never worked in science or never worked in a field of that could help, but they have an interest in it. I think that's dangerous for what he's trying to do. That's my...
Now, the one thing I'll just caveat about that is I think the core team, the first team that he announced with, the ones he introduced, where he went over the backgrounds of each one of them. There wasn't that many of them. It was like 5 or 10 people. That core group that he originally, I think that's an impressive group. I'm happy with that group. But I think all the people that have joined on afterwards, I think that, and I don't know how influential they're going to be, but I totally agree with you, Dave. I think there's some very, it's hard, right? Because if you have a strong enough core team, then bringing questionable folks into the fold can be a benefit because now their name's on it, right? And so if that project comes out and says, hey, this stuff's real, they're going to have a problem, right? So there are some benefits to it, but if they have any influence, it's very concerning. It's very concerning.
Absolutely, and they need to do a better job at going over the resumes of the people. They really do. I don't think they have a choice. I mean, that's easy for me to say being on the outside, but that's the reality of it. I mean, how do you not check someone's resume? How do you not see if they are who they say they are? Especially in a project as, what's the word I'm looking for? As frigid as this. This is not a popular topic. All right. Like if you're setting up a multi-million-dollar business, which the Galileo project is, would you not want to check the resumes of the people who you are allowing to be involved? And not only check their resumes, but check with people in the field to see what their reputation is like. I would. If it's that important, I would.
But the one thing I will say is that sometimes it just takes organizations time to find their feet. And you look at a group like UAPX, and they over the years have occasionally brought in people that they shouldn't have, and it's taken them a teeny bit of time, but they've usually corrected for it. So they've usually corrected for it in a pretty aggressive way. And so who knows? I mean, we may see some of these people get shown the outside door once things get off the ground, right? Time will tell.
Time will tell, but I mean, why not do things right the first time?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that some level, I think he just wants to be really inclusive. And I don't think he's at all concerned that any one of them could do harm. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. I think he's so confident that he just doesn't really believe that any of them could. He basically believes that if the science is strong enough, it won't matter. And I don't know. I don't think so, but he might be right. He totally
Well,
could be right.
I'll just bite my tongue on that one.
But I'm really happy the whole thing's going on. You know, I mean, I think it's been really good for the conversation. You know, I love what he says and what he talks about. I mean, I think there's a lot of good coming from it. But I'm not expecting the Galileo project to produce the linchpin data set. Let's put it that way.
No, not at all. Not at all. You know, and
Yeah.
I hope they do well. I really do hope that they do well. I'm not confident in it because of some of the people I see involved, but that's just me. I could be completely wrong on that, and that's okay. I'm allowed to be skeptical, and people are allowed not to believe my opinion either. So, I mean, it works either way. It really
Mhm.
does.
Totally agreed.
Oh, Chad Smith is back. The Chad Smith.
Good evening, sir.
Acreon. Read Charles Fort, The Book of the Damned. Thoughts, relevance today. I've never read the book.
That sounds very dark. What is book of?
It seems like something to be up your alley.
No, I haven't read that. I'll have to check that out. I've never even heard of it.
Write it down, John. Put
Book
it on
of the
your
damn thoughts.
Put it on your list to do.
Yeah, Charles Fort.
Damn.
I've heard of Charles Fort, but
Book of the Damned.
well,
What are you
that
doing,
sounds
buddy?
so dark. So dark.
It is dark. Very dark.
I'm not a big fan of the, super gloom and doom stuff, but I will definitely check it out. I'm always looking for a good new good book to read.
What's a little doom and gloom among friends?
Well, you'd be surprised.
True.
Let's see here. Jeez, it's got a hell of a title. Huh. Oh, this is an old book. Oh, thank you. You know what? I had heard about this book before and I'd forgotten about it and I never read it and I wanted to and I totally blanked on it. So thank you actually. This is actually supposed to be a very interesting book. Cool. When was that? See, what was it written? Huh. No, to me, one of the most interesting things. Okay, so first published in 1919. Oh no, I will definitely read it. To me, one of the most fascinating things is to read good old literature on this topic, because what it really brings home is essentially how little progress we've made. This book that my third great grandfather wrote that I told you about a while ago, Dave. This book was written in the late 1800s, and he's talking about out of body experiences. He's talking about seances. He's talking about mediumship. He's talking about the what do you call it? The right where people write. Anyway, like he talks about so many of the modalities that we now discuss, and he talks about them in the context of mesmerism and the whole hypnotism movement and the spirituality movement of the 19th century, and the beginnings of Christian Science and even the beginnings of Christianity. And I mean, it's an incredibly thought-provoking book, but you realize that he was tackling with the exact, basically the only thing he's missing is UFOs. I mean, everything else is in there. It's crazy. And like, that book was written in 1893, so like, I don't know how much progress we've really made.
Don't know, man. One of those interesting times. That's for sure. That is for sure. All right, let's see what else we got here. Any other questions? Thank you, Eugene. Appreciate that. We have no more questions from the audience now.
Oh, no. Come on, wake up, people.
All right, close that off. All my downloads are done.
So Dave, I got to be honest with something. So your interview tonight with Thomas.
Hold on.
Oh, there
Mike
we go.
Morris here. What is the most bizarre UFO story you guys have ever come across?
That's easy for me. It's also my favorite one, the pancake story. The UFO pancake story. It's just, to me, that is just the most magnificent. For those, real quick, UFO lands. Guy goes up to it. They appear to be repairing it. He figures, hey, I have a toolbox. I'll offer. So he goes up and offers to help. And they kind of look at him funny, and they're like, no, we don't need any help. But if you'd like to come in and look around, you can. And so he goes into the UFO, and they ask him if he's hungry, and they make him pancakes, and he eats one and takes, I believe, 2 with him. And when he says goodbye and he leaves, and when he gets done, he calls up Project Blue Book, and JL and Hynek sends out valet, and valet takes the pancakes to a Air Force base, and the pancakes are analyzed, and we get all the data on the pancakes, and that's it. That's the whole story. It just blows my mind.
Nice.
And the fact that valet was the one that actually got the pancakes analyzed just puts, it's just the icing on the cake. I love that story.
Excuse me.
I love that story. Absolutely. What about you, Dave?
Oh, goodness. Weirdest UFO story. Probably the one out of, it was on Vancouver Island, I think, at the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital back in like 1965, or was it Duncan, one of the two. And the UFO hovered right outside patients' windows. And 11 nurses and doctors saw this, and they saw they saw the members of the craft standing there staring at them before Canadian. Let me get the story properly. Hospital UFO. Oh, I don't want Falcon Lake.
I've never heard of this story.
Okay, so happened in Duncan, British Columbia, at the Cowichan District Hospital back in 1970, where I'll read this. Miss Doreen Kendall, a practical nurse at the Cowichan District Hospital on Vancouver Island, was looking out the window of her ward when she saw 60 feet away an object so big and bright I could see everything clearly. There were 2 male-like figures in the craft, one behind each other. One of the men eventually looked right at Doreen, and the craft started moving away, but not before Frida Wilson, a registered nurse, also saw the object. It was turning 5 o'clock in the morning on New Year's Day, 1970 when Miss Doreen Kendall, practical nurse, noticed that one of the elderly patients in her ward was restless. Deciding the patient was too warm, she went to a window and parted the drapes to let a little fresh air in. Just as I pulled the drapes, a brilliant light hit me in the eyes, she said. It was still dark outside, but about 60 feet away, right above the children's ward to my left, there was this object so big and bright I could clearly see everything. The object was circular and had what I guess you would call a top and a bottom. The bottom was silvery like metal and was shaped like a bowl. There was a string of bright lights around it like a necklace. The top was a dome made of something like glass. It was lit up from the inside. I could see right into it. Continuing her account in question and answer form, Miss Kendall said that the two male-like figures in the craft, one behind the other facing to her right away from the hospital, the one in front appeared taller or perhaps was positioned higher than the other. Their heads were encased in close-fitting dark material. As she watched with intense curiosity yet completely unfrightened, she says, I never felt so peaceful in all my life. I wish I could have talked to them. She became aware of seeing more of the interior of the craft and realized it was tilting. In a moment, she could see to a point just below their knees and noticed they were standing in front of what looked like stools. They looked fine, tall, well-built men. They were dressed in tight-fitting suits of the same material that covered their heads, but their hands were bare, and I noticed how human they looked. Their flesh seemed just like ours. Intrigued as she was by the appearance of two figures, Ms. Kendall found her interest centered on what looked to be like the instrument panel facing the one in the front. The man in front was staring at the panel as if something very important was going on, and I wondered if they may have had mechanical trouble. I even thought they might have landed on the roof of the hospital and then had trouble taking off. Yeah, this was a cool story, man.
Wow. That's a hell of a story.
Yeah.
I just found it myself. That's a great story.
Yeah.
That's a really good story. See, I have to say, I think stories like these hint more at some of the time travel concepts, I have to say. And you know, and the problem I have is that in general, time travel is not a hypothesis that I'm terribly fond of, because it's so problematic. I mean, it's so problematic at so many levels. But the one thing I will say, though, is that if you believe that they are not coming from another dimension, and if you believe they are not coming from here, so if you believe that they are coming from elsewhere in our physical universe, then they are traveling faster than the speed of light. And if they are traveling faster than the speed of light, they are time traveling. You can't really travel faster than the speed of light and have it not result in essentially time travel. I mean, the exact same effects. So if you believe in faster than light travel, you pretty much have to believe in time travel, which frustrates me to no end.
Well, let's move on to another question here. Jay Gray, for the noobs who don't know who is who in ufology and to what Dave said about checking resumes, what is Anthony Brigalia's reputation for accuracy?
My personal opinion is very high. I like his work. I think unfortunately he got kind of a bad rap because of the fact that John Greenwald went after him so viciously over some documents he released a couple months ago, and that was just a really ugly exchange between the two of them. Neither one of them behaved terribly well in that exchange, and that sucked, and I hated seeing it. And so I think unfortunately Anthony got some mud on his face because of it. But you know, I think the other challenge with him is that because of what he does for a living, he has to be extremely careful about letting out much personal information about himself. And you know, he for the most part doesn't do interviews, and he does them under very careful conditions. And because of what he does for a living. And so I think that builds in some challenge.
What does he do for a living?
I don't know for sure, but I know it has something to do with sourcing cleared people for certain projects and so forth. And so his reputation matters a lot to him.
All right. Let's move here. Eugene wants to know if you've ever been abducted, John.
So, I mean, the easy answer is no. I've never experienced any like marks on my body that I couldn't explain, or at least that I thought needed explaining. Other than the fact that I just figured, I hurt myself at some point, didn't notice. I don't have any. I didn't have any nightmares about being, taken or anything like that. Missing time for me is kind of like a funny concept because I'm ADD, so missing time is. I've gotten rid of most of my missing time since I started taking medication and have done a lot of work. So the last couple of years, but basically up until I was 35, I had missing time all the time. Missing time meant I was having a good time. That's what it came down to. Missing time meant I was having fun, and so I can't really say that I had missing time. But the one thing I will pass out there is that one of my most impactful what someone would call a download experience, where I basically I'll either get these like as a waking dream where I'll just kind of phase out for a minute, and then when I come back I have this memory of that took longer than the time I've been out, sort of a thing. Or some cases it'll happen like as a dream when I'm sleeping. And in this one, it's one of the most impactful. I'm in a room and I'm on a table, and I know this immediately sounds suspicious. And basically, but that's not what it's about. What it's about is, for me, this was the first time that I ever actually experienced absolute 100% unlimited unconditional love. Like I'd never actually felt that before, and this was my first experience feeling that, and it had a dramatic impact on me. I mean, it literally changed my life. And the one thing about that story that I never went into a lot of detail about was that when I'm in that room on that table, all I'm really focused on is this light in the sky that's kind of generating this feeling. But there are people in the room, and they're little people. And I can never see what they look like. I know they're there, and I know they're short because they're shorter than the table. And I never bother mentioning them to people when I tell people about the download experience, because to me they weren't relevant, right? They were just there, I just figured that they were like, hospital staff or something. I had never even thought about it. And it dawned on me just a couple months ago. I was thinking about it, and I was like, God, depending on how you tell that story, wake up on a table, little people in a room, it sounds bad, it sounds like one of these classic stories. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I suppose it's possible, but that's the only piece of evidence that I have that would even indicate it at all.
Right. All right.
But I've never been regressed either. So, who knows?
Spaghetti Lee, do you believe the general public can handle full disclosure, even if the truth will shatter religions and alter belief systems? No. Not at all. I have been on record as saying I do not, that I do not believe that the public is ready for anything to do with disclosure. The public is, it's one of those things where the public acts tough on this. They act like the tough guy, that they could take it, throw it on my shoulders, bring it to me. I'm ready. I don't care. It's not going to affect my daily life. This is going to affect everybody's life. And it's going to affect economies. It's going to affect gas and fuel. It's going to affect food supplies. It's going to affect religion. It's going to and let's remember that even though North America, we're becoming more agnostic than we are religious, we still have 4.5 billion people on this planet that pray to a religious god or deity. And the majority of those are having people out there who are saying anything that comes from the sky is demonic and pretty much the start of Armageddon. We got to be careful here. And I don't think.
Yeah, and I think you bring up really good points. For me, it depends on two things. One, it depends on what is actually included in disclosure, right? I think if disclosure were to be everything up to abductions, right? But you were to not yet include the abduction part of it, and you would include everything up till that point. I think that today a large percentage of people could handle it. I think in 20 years, an astounding number of people could handle it. In 40 years, an amazing number of people can handle it, because like my generation, I don't know if we'd really make that big of a deal out of it. My daughter's generation, I don't think we'll care. I really don't. I mean, there's aliens in every TV show she watches. I mean, it's like, it's so normal for her. It's just like, I don't think she'll care a bit. But Dave's right. There's a ton of people in an age group and a generational group where, this could be shocking. Now, with that said, one thing I find very funny is that when you see people, be interviewed about this, and you see like someone like, who's like a Baptist or a Catholic or something, and they'll ask, how do you think, the religions are going to handle this information? And what you always hear is, well, I think we're going to handle it fine because of this and this and this, but those Catholics, we're really worried about them, or like, yes, the Catholics, and they're like, oh, well, Pope says he's going to baptize anybody anyway, so we don't really care. But man, those Jew guys, we're really worried about the Jewish religion because we don't know what they're going to do. And the Jewish people are like, well, we're going to be fine with it. And that's the problem, is that everyone, to Dave's point, everyone has this brave stance. But I don't really know how, unrealistic it is, because, ultimately, a lot of people will still just not believe it. I mean, if they can't handle it, they'll just ignore it, and they'll just go on with their daily lives, and they'll just pretend it didn't happen. Now, if you start including all the abduction stuff, I don't know if anyone will ever be ready for that. I mean, I really don't know. Basically, until the government figures out how to stop it from happening, I don't think you can talk about that. Because what do you say? Oh yeah, and tell you what, there's like 15 different races that come. Some of them are nice, some of them not so nice, and any one of them can just grab you from your bedroom at night, and you can't stop them. And they could grab your kids, and you can't stop them. They could grab your wife or your husband, they can't stop them, and we can't stop them either. And sorry, bygones. You can't tell people that, but that's the truth.
Very true. Very true.
Or at least it's the alleged truth, right? Not being, knowingly abducted. I can't speak, to the veracity of that, but that's the whole idea, right?
Hi, Co-Create Happy. How are you? Have you read or have thoughts on Carrie Lynn Cassidy's Project Camelot book, Rebel Gene? To me, I have zero support for Carrie Cassidy. I think she's a fearmonger. I don't think she vets her sources. I think that she is dangerous for the community. And I've seen her attack Paul Hynek at a conference where I put Carrie Cassidy on the shelf of bullshit was when she came out earlier this year saying China had 250,000 troops lined up on the Canadian side of the 49th parallel, ready to invade the United States. And she had zero proof. There was no satellite. I mean, the stupidity in what she talks about is pure ignorance with no proof. She sits in rumor mill mongers with a bunch of fear mongers who are convinced that everything is against us. And I think she's dangerous for the community. And I'm not a fan.
And while I know far less about her, everything that I have seen, it falls along those exact same lines. And I just when I did try to look into her, I couldn't. I just tuned her out because it was so yeah, no, it just wasn't. It didn't mesh with anything I knew.
I want to say thank you to Teresa. We really appreciate your hard work. You're a pro, and now you have 3 million downloads to prove it in case some a-hole doubts your awesomeness. Well, there's always going to be people out there who have doubt. But thank you so much, my favorite Teresa in the world. Teresa's actually traveled to see me speak twice.
Oh, wow.
And I absolutely love her for it. And she's just an amazing person to meet and chat with, and just a wonderful, beautiful soul. Spaghetti Lee, ever seen the Dr. Lear videos of UFOs and ETs in Turkey? I may have. I'm not sure. I don't know if I have or not. Nice boxer shorts, John.
I had to get power going because my laptop was going to die. There we go. So, are you talking about the video where the ship's sitting out in the water and you can see the creatures in the? I believe that's a Turkish video you're talking about. That video has lots of challenges, but the one thing I will say that I found super interesting about it is that if you pay attention to that kind of documentary that was done on an Australian case called Sir No Face, and then there was a follow up to it called Two Face the Grey. It's supposed to be a ghost that inhabits this ship. No, not a ship. I think it is a ship. Anyway, it's at this place. It's actually the same location they filmed one of the Wolverine movies. And they, at the end of the first movie of Sir No Face, they capture a supposed image of the ghost's face. And what's really weird is if you take that face and you map out the geometry of it, so distance, eyes, nose, mouth, and so forth, and then you take that Turkish video and you grab one of those little dudes and you bring them out and you do the same thing, they match flawlessly. It's crazy. And so basically what that implies is that either there's some very strong genetics or there's some relationship to the people that faked both of those. I don't know what that means. It's weird. The guy that made the Two Face the Grey movie, I sent him my evidence for that and asked for his opinion. He didn't respond to me. So I'll include that when I post my notes. It's trippy. You basically just phase the two images over each other in and out, make like one opaque and a clear, and it's crazy. They just not like not like the way the face looks, just the geometry, just the where the eye sockets are in relation to the nose and the mouth. They map. It's trippy. It's really weird.
Awesome.
Never made sense to me.
We got here. You ever see the Dr. Jonathan Reed footage? I have not. High Focus Up Network. How you doing?
I don't think I've seen that. There's so much stuff out there.
Not seen it. John, I'm losing steam pretty quick here.
Yeah, no worries. Well, just one thing I wanted to ask you about before you fade off them.
Sure.
So, your show tonight with Thomas, and I love hearing Thomas talk. I have a lot of respect for him and so forth. But, yeah, that movie was challenging. It seemed a little negative to me, and it just seemed kind of, I don't know. It was just and so what I was curious about is that when you like when you were talking to him or after you talked, did you find yourself like feeling like more negative than you were when you get like it to me, I don't know, it seemed like the conversation was kind of like you guys seemed to agree on a lot of things, and so it just seemed like you guys were taking a kind of, I don't know, it just came to me as kind of dark.
What, the interview with Thomas?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
No?
No. Thomas is a brilliant guy, and I wouldn't say the conversation was dark. I would say it was very real. It was a real conversation about real events and occurrences. I think what I like about Thomas is I think he compliments me a little bit, because he is more. He's like you in a lot of ways, where he is very knowledgeable about and smart about the technological stuff, whereas I don't go. I'm more about how people feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Thomas reads the entire situation of ufology much like I do, with the bullshit that's going on, with the narratives that are going on. And I think Thomas reads between the lines in what is truly happening and doesn't take the Coles Notes version that we're being given as verbatim. I don't see that at all. And I think that's a good thing. So, no, I really appreciated tonight's interview. I had a lot of fun with it. It felt like very comfortable in chatting with him.
No, and don't be wrong, I thought it was a really good interview. It was just I don't know. I just, for me, I guess it's just maybe I don't take the same view on a lot of that stuff that you do, in that, for me, like saying, like, for example, like saying that there's a narrative, to me, a narrative is just an exterior view of an interior plan, right? If a group has a plan to the outside, it looks like there's a narrative. And so, of course there's a narrative. There's multiple narratives. Of course, the others have a narrative. There's probably multiple narratives there. People in ufology have narratives. The government has narratives. I mean, to me, like, narratives are just, I don't assign the negative connotations to the concept of a narrative that I think you do. To me, a narrative just implies that there's a game plan, that there's a strategy. There's a
there is, though.
Yeah, and there is, and I would hope there would be. I mean, to me, like, you should have a plan.
But that strategy, though, is not one that is conducive to making this planet or the people of this planet better. If it was, they would have opened up everything that they know. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, the thing is that, I mean, I don't know if that's really a safe thing to say, because a lot of this, if a lot of this technology, if it really exists, you can't just give out freely to the world.
Why not? How do you make the world better, John?
Well, because a lot of this stuff will be used for very dangerous weapons that a lot of people will use to subjugate their people.
Which is the United States.
We subjugate other people.
Yeah, but we always want to say we have to do this because other countries would do this.
Well, no, I'm saying that we probably shouldn't be doing it either. But the thing is that if essentially, I can't stop us from doing it right now. But the thing is that I can understand why you wouldn't want to give, North Korea a tic tac,
North,
right?
nothing's ever going to happen with that hermit country, anyways. You're not going to give North Korea tic tacs. Look, dude, it goes all throughout history that big business has screwed the people, and I'm saying this as a capitalist. Okay, I'm not a socialist. I'm not someone who thinks that the government should give everything. All right, I'm not that guy. But what I am saying this is over time, humanity has been screwed by the technological advances due to the military industrial complex. Take GM, for instance, get away from UFOs. Take GM, for instance. There was a gentleman, and there's a documentary on this, where a gentleman had developed a car that ran on water, didn't need gasoline. GM bought the rights to that car. We're about to put the car into production until the oil companies decided they were going to not like that car very much and didn't want GM to do it. And all of a sudden, poof, it disappeared. Okay. You take the way the government is now turning on the gas and oil industry as the big evil part of this world, when 60% of the world's waterways are dirtied by 5 countries in the world. Okay? It's not Canada, it's not the US, it's Thailand, Vietnam, China. I just read this statistic today. And 2 other Eastern Asian countries that are absolutely throwing everything into the ocean. All right. And 60% of the ocean garbage is made from 5 countries in this world. Yet here in Canada, I get hit with a carbon tax of 20% because we're pollutants. We pollute.
Well, yeah, part of it is one, it's doing it as thou shalt ask, right? It's about doing it first, because you can't ask someone else to do it till you've done it.
It's also called a tax grab.
Say again?
It's also called a tax grab.
Well, it all depends on what those taxes are being used for. I would agree with that. But the thing is that you take that that GM thing with the car, that's just ugly human behavior, right?
It is. Well, take another.
That's capitalism.
I will give you another example of the military-industrial complex. Go to any airport, Vancouver, Los Angeles, LAX, okay, Vegas International, Chicago O'Hare, wherever. What do you see? You see a bunch of antiquated planes. Okay, there's no reason in today's society that it should take 19 hours to fly to Australia with the technology that the military-industrial complex is hiding.
You think they're hiding?
Well, according to Michael Schratt and others, it is there.
True, but the thing is that the reason why airplanes are how they are is direct economics, right? It's because essentially to build one in the United States, we outlawed supersonic flights coming in and out of airports because the people living near the airports didn't want to deal with the sonic boom. So that's what killed the Concorde, right? And essentially there was no value. You couldn't design. There was no point in designing anything that broke the sound barrier because you couldn't land it anywhere in the United States. So the only reason why we're basically making any progress there is because NASA has now developed a plane that can break the sound barrier without making a sonic boom. And so that's the big breakthrough that everyone's been waiting for to get airplane speeds up.
And that technology is how old? We don't know.
Well, I've seen. I've seen how they developed it. So I'm not saying there weren't other ways to do it, but we don't know for a fact that that's. I mean, I guess you're I mean, there's hard data, and then there's possible data, right? And
747 outside of its engines has not changed in 50 years.
what plane?
The 747.
Oh, I know, but God, what a beautiful plane.
Oh, it is a beautiful
The business class in that top layer of that plane, that's how all travel should be. That is epic. Oh, we don't have 747s anymore in the United States. They got rid of them. I miss that plane. I really do. I miss that plane so much. No, I mean, the whole airline industry, it's horrible. It's horrible what's happened to the airline industry. But to me, the military technology that's available wouldn't do anything, because it's so expensive that none of them would touch it with a 10-foot pole, right? Because no one wants to pay $4,000 for a 3-hour flight.
It's only expensive because they can charge that, because the rich people don't want to wait. All right.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I mean, essentially, the problem with the airlines is it's capitalism. It's basically they've found an equilibrium, and they can milk it for all it's worth. I mean, I used to fly 100,000 miles a year, man. Like I'm no fan of the airline industry. They're all there are no American. Well, actually, that's not true. I like Southwest, but there are no American airlines that I have any faith in. I like German airline. I like that. I like that guy. There's not many airports I like, so I'm not trying to defend them. But the point is that this technology. So the flip side of what you're saying is the fact that pretty much every technical convenience and technical ability that my entire career has been built on, the only reason why my career exists, the only reason why the internet exists, the only reason why computers exist, the only reason why any of this stuff exists, cell phones, anything, is because they first had to develop it for the military. And when they did it for them, it was crazy expensive. And over time, they figured out how to make it cheaper and cheaper. And once it got cheap enough, it came out in the consumer world. So for me, like my entire career, the entire existence of Silicon Valley, the entire existence of the internet, it's all owed to that military industrial complex.
Well,
I mean, for years, the only when Fairchild got started in the Bay Area, the very first people to make like integrated circuits, for like 10, maybe 15 years, the only customer they had was the Department of Defense, because the only people that needed an integrated circuit were nuclear missiles. And so basically, Fairchild, only reason why they made any money for the first 10 years, the only reason why they survived, is because of the military industrial complex. There was no need for integrated circuits without them. So all this technology, later on, things like, porn pushed things a little bit, and different government entities push things a little bit. But I mean, you take like I mentioned the other day about the F-35. So, only like, 35% or something of the inventions that were needed to build that plane had been invented when they first started building that plane. But what most people don't know is that all of the inventions that were not specifically related to defense were put on a short shift 15-year patent cycle, which means all that technology then gets released to the American public for the purpose of advancing advancing all technology.
yeah, but
And so there's all sorts of innovations that come. What?
It's a pipe dream.
I've already seen it happen.
Okay, so we get, as a public, we get what, 1/10 of it? 1/10 of it?
I would say probably 20%, probably 1/5.
Okay, so you're still getting screwed over. It's not like the auto industry where NASCAR and Formula One, they test out all of this stuff all the time. Technology's in their car, and a couple years later, it's being built by automotive companies for safety.
Well, a lot of it actually is very much like that. It's a much longer cycle. But I mean, where do you think drones came from? Right? Where do you think, I mean, the only reason why, Dave, you and I are having this conversation right now, the only reason is because of the military industrial complex. Right? There's no need for anything. I cannot tell you how many companies in the Bay Area make 10, 20% of their revenue from the Department of Defense and the intel agencies. I mean, the last big company I worked for, we had an entire federal division, right? VMware has an entire federal division. I mean, I can go into a company, and you might sell 40 units of what you make. You land that same deal with the U.S. Navy, you'll ship 4,000 units, right? It's amazing the business that occurs with the U.S. government.
I get that and I appreciate it. Hey, John, I got to cut it. I am so tired, dude.
Oh, no worries, bud. No worries, bud.
Say a big thank you to Co-Create Happy for the super chat. They actually saw me speak at ACE in Toronto a couple of years ago. I want to end this with a funny story about what happened at ACE to me. So it was Saturday night of the conference. I'm one of the speakers, and I go into the lounge in the hotel, and there's a table of about, who's there? There's a few guests. There's Randy Kramer, Travis Walton sitting on one end of the table in a deep conversation. And then on this side of the table, there was Richard Dolan, his wife Tracy, and Sid Goldberg. And there was a seat right beside them, or right in front of them. So I go and I sit down at the seat. I sat there for 15 minutes. Not a single person at that table even acknowledged that I was there. I got up and I left, and I went to the bar to drink beer. That tells you about the UFO field.
How is that a funny story?
It's not a funny story.
I thought you said you wanted to end it on a funny story, and I was like, I was all excited. I was like, yay, funny story.
Yeah. And the only speaker from that event to watch me speak in Toronto was Grant Cameron. And I had one of the biggest audiences there speaking, about 400 people in there. And I was one of the only ones through that entire weekend who got a standing ovation.
That's awesome. And I have to admit, I've never actually seen you give a presentation. I'd like to do so. But one thing I was curious about was when you sat down at that table, did you try to inject yourself into any of the conversations?
I just sat there and I like, hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, I typically find I have to listen to what they're talking about, and then I have to start introducing, interesting ideas that flow into what they're talking about.
I'm very introverted. You have to realize that. But I will say this, as someone who has depression and anxiety, I can say this, okay? When I have people around me, I always acknowledge that they're there.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Because
and everyone should. Yes.
Because you never want someone to feel bad that they're
totally
in
agreed.
Presence.
Totally agreed, Dave. Totally agreed.
Yeah. True story.
Totally agreed.
So
no.
And Co-Create Happy, if you saw me speak in Toronto, then you know what my crowd was like when I was speaking.
What did you give a talk on?
My experiences and what I had learned.
How long ago was that?
What was it, 2019?
Oh, okay, so it's pretty recent.
Yeah, 2019. So, funny and sarcastic.
There you go.
But yeah. All right, guys, I want to say a big thank you to Happy, to Major Lee, Patrick, Dirt Road ×2, Carla. Hold on for 1 second afterwards, John.
Yeah.
Flat Earther, Spookles or Spooky, Aussie Rob, Snakes in the UFO, Cat Chaser, Chad Smith, Joshua, and Triple Ack for the amazing super chats tonight. Really do appreciate the love and support with the super chat. It really goes a long way in helping what we do on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. Big thank you to all the veterans who tuned us in this week. Big thank you to all of you coming in, hanging on out with us. So that way we could provide you with some pretty good entertainment this week. Don't forget, if you haven't already, follow us on social media, on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR, on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, and my personal handle once again at Dave Scott SOR. This weekend, tomorrow and Sunday, a couple of great shows with Lynn. Ryan Burns will talk Skinwalker Ranch. And then on Sunday, it's about experiencers with NK Cranda. I will be back with spooky ghost stories on Monday with Canadian paranormal researcher Allison Ford. We're going to have a great time. Thank you so much for everyone. You were wonderful. I'm going to go enjoy my Thanksgiving long weekend. Thank you to all the Canadians out there. Happy Thanksgiving. Much love to each and every one.